Hello, everyone. My name is Kofi Apenteng, and it's my privilege to serve as president of the Africa America Institute and also to welcome you to the Africa America Institute's 8th State of Education on Africa Conference. I bring you greetings from Accra, Ghana. The Africa America Institute is a 70-year-old organization striving to enrich the social fabric of humanity by connecting students and leaders across sectors and facilitating access to reliable information about Africa. Our purpose in doing so is to transform the way people understand and appreciate Africa and its worldwide diaspora. One of our flagship programs is School Services, initially launched in 1969 and revitalized in 2019. In the United States, School Services works with K-12 communities to ensure that students have the educationally enriching and transformative experience of learning about Africa and its worldwide diaspora. The program provides a comprehensive array of supports that enable districts and schools to successfully design curricular content on Africa and African diaspora that is scholarly and free of bias and misinformation, and to deliver classroom instruction that supports student learning, self-leadership, and academic achievement and excellence. Moderating our program today will be Maura McLean, AAI's organizational historian. Maura's ongoing research is recovering AAI's founding history, including the singular contributions of William Leo Hansberry, the late historian of African antiquity and one of AAI's co-founders, and the more recent transformation of our school services work under the leadership of Evelyn Jones-Rich, a deeply committed educator and lifetime social justice activist for civil rights, effective education, and senior citizens. Today's conference builds upon and extends the vision that they and so many others have brought to bear in pursuing AAI's vital mission. Maura, I invite you to tell us more about today's conference.
Thank you, Kofi, and good day, everyone. I bring you warm greetings from Washington, D.C., the ancestral homelands of the Nacotchtank, also known as the Anacostan, as well as the Piscataway and Pamunkey peoples. As an extension of AAI School Services, today's program centers Africa and its worldwide diaspora in an exploration of 3 interconnected areas that are usually treated as though they are separate and unrelated: the global climate crisis, historical and contemporary campaigns of reparations, and the education of young people, especially those who are Black, as a means of expanding our collective knowledge and freedom. We are inundated with news headlines about the acceleration of CO2 emissions, extreme weather events that precipitate life-threatening fires, floods, and environmental contamination, and the lack of political will to transform fossil-fueled economies. But these headlines largely obscure the long history of injustices that created and sustained the climate crisis. The result is, at one extreme, a widespread sense of inevitable doom, and at the other, widespread complacency. It's almost as though it's easier to imagine the destruction of the planet than it is to imagine and enact ways to prevent that disaster. Our conference theme, Africa, the Global Climate Crisis and Reparations, sets the stage for people of all ages and backgrounds to simultaneously gain a deeper understanding of how and why human-induced climate change threatens our very existence, and how reparations might enable us to move decisively toward climate justice and repair. Given AAI's 70-year-old mission, arriving at the stage of being better informed and equipped to act necessarily involves education at all levels and in multiple spaces. The late Black feminist scholar activist Bell Hooks observed that, quote, the classroom, with all its limitations, remains a location and field of possibility where we have the opportunity to labor for freedom, to demand of ourselves and our comrades an openness of mind and heart that allows us to face reality even as we collectively imagine ways to move beyond boundaries. This is education as the practice of freedom. Practicing freedom is what we're about today. And it is only fitting that we begin by learning what our young people think about climate change and reparations and their impact. We are honored that a group of students at Harlem Village Academy in New York City volunteered to video record and share their unscripted, unrehearsed views. Let's listen.
Hi, my name is Miriam.
Hi, my name is Marwa.
Hi, my name is Alaba.
My name is Kotoria.
Hi, my name is Amaya.
So today we'll be talking about climate change. I feel like climate change is something that should be taught more and spoke about more. It's something that we mention from time to time only when we start to see the effects. But when we aren't seeing the effects, we literally don't care about it anymore. Like, and if the effects are good, like if it's wintertime and it's sunny outside and it's warm, nobody really minds. But nobody thinks about the fact that it's warm in winter.
I agree with her. I feel like we should be taught about climate change more, because if we don't learn about it and like try to prevent it, like it's gonna hurt us in the future.
I also feel like people don't acknowledge that climate change is affecting us now. Like, there's a lot of hurricanes going on in the Caribbean islands, and Antarctica is melting, so the sea levels is rising, which is very, very dangerous because a high percentage of the world is near water. So if the sea levels rise, then the whole world will be covered in water. So we have to start making contributions little by little.
To add on to Katoria, I feel like a part of her statement is 100% true. The world is getting impacted, but not our side. So because we're not physically getting impacted directly, we don't really care as much. But then also we have to think about the other half that is getting directly impacted.
To add on to Amama, I also agree with Katoria too, because people think we aren't as affected right now, and I feel like because it's not taught in schools that people don't care for it as much or set it aside. But I feel like if it's taught more, then people can figure out ways to care about it more.
I think it's important to teach students about climate change because it will most likely affect the generations to come. And it will just help them be prepared and to learn like what actions they can take for climate change.
Honestly, I feel like climate change, we get told what to do, but not how to do it. And they don't get more into depth. For example, recycling. Everybody says recycle, recycle, recycle. But what is recycle? Some people know what that means, so some people can do it, but they choose not to. And others genuinely do not know what recycling means. So they're affecting the society without even knowing that they're affecting the society. And some people generally do not care, but also I feel like that goes into say that they don't know much about climate change, because if you know about how that's affecting people right now and how that will affect us in our future, you genuinely would care.
Policies that I would implement to help combat climate change is that I would if any schools around the United States or the world, I feel like everyone, like the schools, should invest their money into getting solar panels because yes, solar panels are very expensive, but it lowers the cost of energy by thousands of dollars every single year. The sunlight is our best renewable energy literally in the whole world because there's always sunlight consistently. Like the sun is not like fossil fuels. Fossil fuels take billions of years to renew, but sunlight is natural. It's shining right now. So I feel like that would definitely be a policy that I would definitely implement.
To go into Katoria, I feel like that just gives the question as, is the cost not worth the investment? Like, yes, you could spend millions and millions of dollars, but this is science we're talking about. Not everything is black and white. It's many more colors to it. So yes, some things may be right and some things may be wrong, but that just goes into you were on the right path, just not down the right road.
It is affecting us, but we don't really see it as it being affected by us because, like she has said, the weather is January and the weather was just good like last week, and that's not really good. So like it is affecting us, but we're not really seeing it as it affecting us.
I feel like everything goes as to the overviews, like how you view the topic itself. But if you don't know nothing about the topic, your opinion about the topic is going to differ all the time.
And I feel like this should be start getting taught as soon as a child enters pre-K, because you could, of course, you could teach the basics about it. You know, teach a kid how to recycle and like teach the basics about it. Because if you don't start it from youth, they're as soon as they get older, they're not going to know what it is. Because majority for the first 20 years, 22 years of our lives, we're in school consistently. 90% of our day is in school. So you have to start it in school and teach it here so that we take those whatever we learned back home and also implement whatever we learned in school to help contribute to helping climate change. Harlem's actually being affected by that because the carbon emissions is actually way higher in Harlem than anywhere else downtown. Downtown, there's not a lot of construction. There's not a lot of highways around there. So there's not any carbon emission. But people in Harlem, especially in minority communities, have a higher rate of getting asthma and like breathing problems because of the carbon emissions that are happening down here. That's why most of the highways are around our areas, because they know that poor communities and poor communities are consistently going to suffer. They're not going to build a highway downtown, and of course they're going to want the air to be cleaner down there, but the air is horrible around here. So we are definitely getting affected.
Hey, so Harlem Village Academy, I hope you're watching. We heard you loudly and clearly. You want to learn more about climate change, and there's a lot that you've shared with us that we need to learn more from you. So in his recent book, Fugitive Pedagogy, Carter G. Woodson and the Art of Black Teaching, historian Jarvis Givens shows us that after emancipation in the United States, quote, along with preachers, Black teachers were the dream keepers and the first leaders of freed people. Their teaching conjured a world that has never yet been, that has never been yet, and yet must be, unquote. Serving as the dream keepers, making the classroom, as Bell Hooks put it, a field of possibility, has been the role of Black educator intellectuals across the Black world, from Carter G. Woodson, the Black American luminary who did so much more than found Black History Month, to Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the Kenyan writer, to Amy Cesar, the Martinican poet, to Sylvia Wynter, the Jamaican social theorist, and countless other teachers, most not well known, but no less important. Today's keynote will be delivered by a dream keeper in our own time. Dorinda Carter Andrews is a professor and chairperson of the Department of Teacher Education at Michigan State University, where she teaches courses on urban education, critical multiculturalism, and critical race theory. She holds degrees from Georgia Tech, Vanderbilt University, and Harvard University. Her research is broadly focused on Black education and racial equity and justice in P20 learning environments. She utilizes critical race and Black feminist, womanist frameworks and methodologies to examine issues of race, culture, and power in schools. Dr. Carter Andrews also works with school districts, universities, municipalities, corporations, and civic organizations on how to develop and maintain culturally responsive, inclusive, and equitable learning and work environments. She is a former industrial engineer, high school math teacher, and kindergarten teacher, and has teaching experience in suburban, urban, charter, and independent schools. In addition to numerous honors, Dr. Carter Andrews has given 2 TEDx talks on education, one entitled The Consciousness Gap in Education, an Equity Imperative, and another entitled Teach Kids to be Eagles, Overcoming Educational Storms. Her insights on racial equity in education have appeared in the New York Times, Education Week, and WKAR, NPR, CNN, and other media outlets. Dr. Carter Andrews' research and scholarship has been published in multiple top-tier academic journals. Dr. Carter Andrews, welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. McLean and Kofi, and to all who have invited me this afternoon. It is truly an honor and a pleasure to be able to be in community with you, even virtually, and to just be able to have a collective mindset around the conference's agenda. And I'm just excited having heard those youth voices and also knowing what's ahead for this afternoon. Good day to you all. I say good day because for some of us it's afternoon, for others it may be morning, and for others yet it might be the evening or even nighttime. My keynote today is entitled Educating Youth for Climate Justice, Examining and Responding to Interlocking Systems of Oppression. And I think that's quite fitting as we think about climate change, the global crisis, and reparations, and what that means, particularly for young people, not just in the United States, but across the globe, in terms of what they need to learn so that they can actually continue to be the dream keepers, not only of our earth, but of the livelihoods, particularly of Black and Brown communities. And so with that, I want to start by giving some acknowledgement around the land where I am, here in my office at Michigan State University. I think land acknowledgements can be tricky. We say them, we kind of recite them. Sometimes those who are with us have no real sense of the geographical space where we are, no knowledge of where the peoples might be located. And so I hope that as I read this land acknowledgement for where I am here in Michigan, that these visuals give you some sense of where here in East Lansing I actually am speaking from. So I collectively acknowledge that Michigan State University occupies the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Anishinaabe, Three Fires Confederacy of Ojibwe, Ottawa, and Potawatomi peoples. In particular, the university resides on land ceded in the 1819 Treaty of Saginaw. I recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereignty of Michigan's 12 federally recognized Indian nations, for historic Indigenous communities in Michigan, for Indigenous individuals and communities who live here now, and for those who were forcibly removed from their homelands. By offering this land acknowledge, I affirm Indigenous sovereignty, and remain committed to work to hold Michigan State University more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples. Thank you for allowing me to do that. I want to start by talking about why climate change matters in education. Why should young people even be learning about climate change? And Pope Francis made some quotes that I think are important to help frame some of my remarks. He said, human-induced climate change is a scientific reality, and its decisive mitigation is a moral and religious imperative for humanity. He also posited we are not faced with two separate crises, one environmental and the other social, but rather one complex crisis, which is both social and environmental. End quote. And I would say climate change in that respect is a social and environmental justice issue. In 2016, the journal Science published the first peer-reviewed national survey of science teachers, which investigated how the debate around anthropogenic climate change affects curricula. It discovered that most middle and high school teachers incorporate only an hour or two of instruction about climate change over the course of an academic year. That's really sad. 30% of teachers devoted less than an hour. Now, this is here in the United States. So think about that as we think about even how much access students are getting in the school day to the topic of climate change. Even more alarming, most teachers do not accurately understand climate science to even teach it properly. The Yale program on climate change reported 70% of middle school and 55% of high school science teachers do not recognize the scientific consensus on climate change. And according to the National Center for Science Education, 40% of teachers who integrate climate change into their science curriculum actually teach it inaccurately. So we have some work to do, even in teacher preparation, if we're going to actually deliver content to young people about climate change that is accurate and substantive. Let me mention some other reasons why climate change matters in education and why young people should be learning about it. Black and brown communities are disproportionately harmed by the effects of pollution and global warming. Climate change does not affect everyone equally. The effects take the form of displacement, barriers to food and clean water, loss of land, unemployment, and medical emergencies. And studies have shown that under-resourced communities are much more vulnerable to health problems due to climate change. Things like asthma, heat stroke, heart disease. Folks in Black communities often do not have access to adequate health care due to climate change crises. Climate change also is intertwined with institutional racism, and I think you're going to be able to make those connections clearly as I continue with my remarks this afternoon. Climate change and colonialism have a historical relationship, and they are intertwined. And you heard Maura even speak to the historical as well as contemporary issues related to race, climate crises, and reparations. Another thing that students really should recognize is that environmental movement and civil rights movements were closely linked as we think about the historical, and not just civil rights movements here in the US, but globally. Black communities have been active at the forefront of the environmental movement, particularly in the US, for generations. Students should learn that a pivotal moment of the modern environmental movement in the US came in September of 1982, when 55 people lay down in the middle of a highway in Warren County, North Carolina, to protest the opening of a toxic waste dump in a predominantly Black community. These are the kinds of things that Black students nor any student really learns in their K-12 education today. Another reason climate change matters in education is because popular conversations or discourse about climate change, quite honestly, are whitewashed. And we need to change the narrative and lift up counter narratives. And lastly, young people don't know that activists of color have always been a part of environmental movements. And in that way, numbers 4 and 5 are connected, because those dominant whitewash narratives really represent erasure of the work that Black folks have done historically and in contemporary times to address climate change. And so I want to start off with presenting some essential questions to you. That's what I'm calling them. Whether you're an educator or a policymaker or an administrator in higher ed or K-12, I think there are some essential questions, 4 to be exact, to consider as we think about educating young people about climate change, Africa, and reparations. The first is, why is an exploration and understanding of climate change important to young people's development and livelihood? And I want you to note that I said exploration and understanding. It's one thing to raise Black students and other students' consciousness and awareness, and then to move them to action, to redress and address problems. How do we help them become agents of change? Secondly, what are the interconnections between the climate crisis, racial inequality and inequity, and reparations in Africa and the world at large? And it's important for our youth to understand those connections, to be able to connect the dots and understand that this issue is structural, it's systemic, and it's not only about what nature is doing, but about what systems and people in power are doing. Thirdly, what lessons can youth draw from world history to consider practical approaches to achieving climate justice and repair? And how can educators cultivate students' cross-cultural awareness and understanding of climate justice, racial inequity, colonialism, and racial capitalism through K-12 curricula? Now, I call these questions essential because a question like number 4 pushes boundaries, particularly in a U.S. school curriculum. Terms like colonialism and racial capitalism often make general citizens nervous. What are you teaching my kid? What are they learning? But I would challenge all of us at this conference today to push beyond those boundaries, because young people need language to name what they see, what they experience, and what they know to be true happening globally. So let's start with looking at some of these particular points that I raised here. I just want you to know I'm going to hit some of these 5 more in depth. And the first that I want to start with is thinking about climate change's disproportionate effect on people and communities of color. Because the focus, or one central focus in this conference, is on Africa, I thought we'd start there, right? As we think about why our youth need to understand that people of color and Black people globally are disproportionately negatively affected by climate change, I wanted to lift up some of the challenges that the motherland faces. Africa is one of the most vulnerable continents in the world to climate change, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. In 2022, every part of the continent was affected by extreme weather events, ranging from wildfires in Algeria to catastrophic flooding in South Africa. Africa's climate has warmed more than the global average since the pre-industrial time, noting the sea level rise along African coastlines is also faster than the global mean. You'll see here under increased warming, I put some additional information. Just a couple years ago, Africa was either the third or fourth warmest years, 2021, for the continent on record. Increased temperature contributed to a 34% reduction in agricultural productivity growth since 1961, more than any other region in the world. And many parts of Northern Africa have experienced extreme heat, which, as you heard me said, has been accompanied by wildfires. The State of the Climate in Africa 2021, a report, reveals that rainfall patterns are disrupted, glaciers are disappearing, and key lakes are shrinking. And rising water demand combined with limited and unpredictable supplies threatens to aggravate conflict and displacement. While Africa accounts for only about 2 to 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions, it suffers disproportionately from it. And with a special focus on water, the State of Climate reveals that high water stress is estimated to affect about 250 million people on the continent and displace up to 700 million individuals by 2030. That's not far away. 4 out of 5 African countries are unlikely to have sustainably managed water resources over the next 7 years. And so I won't read all of this text here, but as you can see, droughts also have worsened, particularly in East Africa. I talked about the exposure to sea level rise risk, as well as the lack of coverage by multi-hazard early warning systems. So there is work to be done, and our young people need to understand the current context, both where they live, right, in our world, and also particularly for Black youth, what is happening in Africa. So let's talk about climate change's relationship to colonialism and racial capitalism. Because again, these are big terms, but I think it's important for young people to connect these dots in their curriculum. Some of you may be saying, I don't really know what capitalism is or how to define it if someone asked me. I like this definition here as I think about racial capitalism and nature. Moore says capitalism is not simply a world economy, but also a world ecology that transforms human activity into commodified labor power and into private property, and nature into an external object to be harnessed for the accumulation of capital. That is key. How helping young people understand how people in power, actors in power, take nature and turn it into an external object to be harnessed for the accumulation of capital. Racial capitalism describes the symbiotic relationship between racism and this understanding of capitalism. And in that way, it helps us understand how Black people across the diaspora are disproportionately negatively affected by capitalism operating and manifesting in climate change. Capitalism creates a divide between humanity and nature and deploys science and technology in an endless quest for cheap energy, cheap food, cheap raw materials, and cheap power labor. Young people need to understand that it also creates racialized distinctions between superior and inferior humans, superior and inferior. These distinctions were developed to justify the genocide of indigenous peoples, the enslavement of Africans, and the colonial and post-colonial domination of Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Political theorist Cedric Robinson argued that capitalism emerged from European feudal societies, thoroughly infused with racial hierarchies, and then it evolved into a world system that transformed regional and cultural differences into racial forms of domination. And so, as I talk more, you'll see, I'm hoping, the connections between racial capitalism and nature, and hence climate change and the crisis. Domination of nature and the dispossession and exploitation of racialized human beings are deeply interconnected, right? So racial capitalism and climate change are deeply interconnected. Most analyses of climate change focus on the catastrophic consequences of greenhouse gas emissions. However, some of you may be familiar with this term and others may not. It's important to understand carbon capitalism because to examine and to integrate into curriculum for our young people. So I want to spend a few minutes just talking about what the literature terms carbon capitalism, as you understand that as a feature of racial capitalism and climate change. So carbon capitalism has produced racialized exclusion at every stage of its life cycle. First, the Industrial Revolution, which launched the age of fossil fuels, was made possible by the colonization of the Americas, the genocide of approximately 50 million indigenous peoples, and the abduction and enslavement of Africans. Plantation agriculture and cotton in particular were key to the emergence of the industrial power of England first and quickly much of the rest of Europe. The slave plantation colonies of the Americas supplied food, energy, industrial inputs, and markets for British manufactured goods. Second, the slow violence inflicted by the fossil fuel industry on racialized and poor communities all over the world remains a defining feature of contemporary capitalism, right? So young people need to understand how from petroleum development by Chevron or Texaco in Ecuador to Cancer Alley in Louisiana, the extraction, processing, transportation, refining, and combustion of fossil fuels has placed disproportionate environmental burdens on racialized communities in both affluent and poor countries. And I want to say that again, because even in affluent countries, it is Black communities who then are most negatively affected. Thirdly, fossil fuel reserves are concentrated in particular countries and regions such as the Middle East that have been repeatedly invaded, occupied, and exploited. Fourthly, the world's most climate vulnerable people are overwhelmingly people of color. We inhabit geographic locations such as small island states, low-lying coastal zones, and agriculture-dependent nations. Disproportionately, we're exposed to drought, desertification, hurricanes, floods, and as I said, rising sea levels. In addition, these countries have been rendered socially and economically vulnerable to climate change by the North's economic, political, and military intervention. interventions. I think it's certainly important for our young people to understand the relationship between countries of the global north and countries of the global south as we consider climate change, reparations, and particularly Africa. Fifth, climate change itself exacerbates poverty and inequality. I mean, just point blank, it does. A Stanford University study published in 2019 concluded that climate change has enhanced economic output in affluent countries, enhanced it, countries like Norway and Sweden, while depressing economic output in poorer countries like Nigeria and India, right? So we have to think through that. And then finally, racialized migrants fleeing climate change, poverty, and conflict continue to face death, detention, and deportation when they attempt to cross the militarized borders of the global north. And we know that that includes African migrants and refugees as well. So I hope that gives you some sense of the connections between racial capitalism and climate change and why our young people need to be understanding these concepts and connecting these dots. And so teaching about climate change from a culturally responsive perspective and advocating for immediate policy change requires us to recognize how colonization and white supremacy have always gone hand in hand with the destruction of our planet's natural resources. So what are some frameworks that educators can use as they think about infusing aspects of Africa, climate change, and reparations into the curriculum? I want to offer up a few to help guide you. And one is the 5 C's of positive youth development. As educators, if we are really trying to frame and develop and construct curriculum that helps us develop social justice youth leaders, we want to make sure that it attends to these 5 C's, building their confidence, their competence, and for me, that's cross-cultural competence, their connection to their homeland and Africa, if Africa is not their homeland. Developing empathy and care, right? Because how can one fight for climate justice if they don't have a deep sense of empathy and care? And then thinking about building one's character and moral compass to fight in justice-oriented ways for climate justice. Another is thinking about how social justice focused curriculum should aid in doing these things. And I think educators have to be attuned to this when you are thinking about how to discuss climate change and reparations in the classroom. How does the material develop Black students' critical consciousness? Help them analyze power relationships? How does it promote systemic social change, give them ideas about how to do that even in their own communities? And that goes along with how does that curriculum move young people to take collective action? If we use a critical race framework, which Tara Yasso gives us, which I think is a third one that is really important, especially if you're understanding the climate crisis as wrapped up in colonialism and racial capitalism, then your curriculum would do 5 things. Acknowledge the central and intersecting roles of various forms of oppression and how they maintain inequality, right? Secondly, your curriculum around climate change would challenge dominant social and cultural assumptions regarding culture and intelligence, language and capability, and objectivity and meritocracy. Thirdly, that curriculum would be geared towards goals of social justice. The explicit curriculum and the hidden one would also have goals of critical consciousness. And for those of us in education know there's always a formal curriculum and a hidden curriculum operating simultaneously in education. Fourthly, we have to develop counter discourses. What are the stories, narratives, chronicles, biographies of Black diasporic people that allow us to understand how climate change is impacting their families and communities? And how do we help young people build upon those stories and narratives to then take collective action? And lastly, how do we utilize interdisciplinary methods of historical and contemporary analysis in the curriculum to articulate the links between education and societal inequality? So I've offered you up 3 frameworks to help as you move to better refining and designing curriculum to discuss climate change, Africa, and reparations for K-12 students, because as I said earlier, we know that not enough time is spent in any one academic year having these discussions. So let's talk very quickly about the whitewashing of climate change discourses and the significance of youth activists of color. Most discussions about climate change erase not only the long history and influence of humans on the environment, but also the efforts of indigenous peoples and Black peoples to preserve it. Even today, many environmentalists wish for resources to be returned to the land without ever acknowledging the historical impact of colonization on the environment. An example is Greta Thunberg, the Swedish activist who started the school strike for climate. Now, this got global attention, and there's no slight to Greta and the phenomenal work she has been doing since the age of 15, where she started spending her Fridays outside of the Swedish parliament. And at the same time that Greta Thunberg has been for years getting a lot of limelight, there are other activists of color, youth activists, both in the US and globally. I'll go through these momentarily, that have been working on climate change issues. Here you see Aaron Wise at the center of the protest march to the US White House to demonstrate against the Dakota Access Pipeline being built on indigenous land. Again, US-based activists know firsthand the impact racism, poverty, and colonialism have had on the planet and in their communities. I want to take a minute to continue with those counter narratives, right? Lifting up activist youth of color to talk about African youth fighting climate destruction on the continent. In a recent survey, the Africa Youth Survey, here you can see that, young adult Africans, men and women, responded to the statement about they're actively working to reduce their carbon footprint. And we can see here the number that strongly agree that they are in the trenches across countries on the continent trying to do this work. But our grade school students don't get to see this kind of data in the classroom. They don't get to understand narratives that people that look like them, especially Black students, people that look like them are out there, young people on the front lines. A few examples of young activists of color fighting climate destruction on the continent. Masimi Isimi of Nigeria, 14 years old. She's a Nigerian waste activist and founder of an Eco Kids Green Club. that teaches children on general environmental protection and also instills healthy living habits in children. Yero Sarr of Senegal is a student and co-founder of the Fridays for Future movement in Senegal. He first got involved in the youth activist climate space at the age of 16, right? He believes that collective action is far better than individual action. Let's look at Raisa Noor Muhammad of South Africa, 18. In their final year of high school, they led a school boycott to demand that the country's environmental department declare a climate emergency. They were also invited to be an observer to the COP26 in Glasgow. And this Johannesburg-based intersectional activist strives to decolonize the continent, connecting to activists around the continent to make activism more inclusive and accessible. And then lastly, Vanessa Nakati of Uganda started her journey as a climate activist in 2018. Vanessa founded the Youth for Future Africa and the likewise Africa-based Rise Up movement. That's a platform to elevate the voices of African climate activists, as well as a project to install solar panels in rural Ugandan schools. So as you see, these are counter narratives that our young people don't get in the school curriculum because it's whitewashed, there's curricular erasure, and there's racialization of the curriculum. Hence, their potential low-level consciousness about climate change. I don't have time to talk through all of these activists and lift them up, but I do want you to see here in the US, youth activism around the Flint water crisis. There were Native youth water protectors at the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation, and also Kanaka Maoli youth defending their sacred land at Mauna Kea. In movements, resistance movements here in recent years. And then lastly, across the globe, three other youth activists of color fighting climate change. Autumn Peltier of the Anishinaabe Nation, Artemisa Zacriaba of the Zacriaba tribe of Brazil, and Cachito Cruz of Mexico. 18, both young and also 8, fighting climate change in their country, right? But again, these are counter narratives for Black and Brown youth that they don't get to read about nor examine, nor glean strategies for activism in their own communities. And so where can young people go? Climate reparations is a way forward, and our young people need to examine and understand climate change, its connections to racial capitalism and colonialism in order to think through reparations. Here I give you a definition of what that could look like, right? Based on existing literature from the world. Climate reparations refers to compensation from the world's largest emitters to developing countries bearing the worst and most disproportionate impacts of climate change. Many countries in Africa qualify for that. Why we need climate reparations? I think you get it. Because they directly benefit those affected by systems of oppression. And this is what we want Black students to understand, and all students in schools across the globe, that systems of oppression like colonialism and racism and racial capitalism have led to the disproportionate negative effect of climate change on communities of color. The vast majority of those most impacted, you've heard me say this earlier, are in West, Central, and East Africa, South Asia, Central and South America, and small island developing states. And one of the sad parts about this is countries often need to take out loans to rebuild after climate disasters, forcing them to prioritize debt payments over protecting their citizens. That feeds the cycle of racial capitalism. And so as I close, I return to the essential questions, right? I want you to be thinking about these 4 questions and the way forward, either in your classroom, your school, your community organization. But how might you focus here to think about what's needed to help Black youth and all youth better examine and understand climate change, reparations, connections to Africa, and having a global agenda to pursue climate justice? And how might the 3 frameworks that I presented to you help you do that? I'll leave you with a quote by Kenyan climate activist Elizabeth Wathuti. Young people have not caused the situation we are in, but young people are the solution. That is why participation of youth is key in high-level forums like the COP27. And I would add, that is why youth voice, youth activism is key in all areas of policy and decision making in all of our political and educational sectors across the globe, if we are going to do right by African countries, Black people across the diaspora, and Black and Brown communities across the globe. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Dr. Carter Andrews, how did you do that? You managed to cover several centuries of history, and in the most incisive way to draw the connections between the global climate crisis, its disproportionate impacts within wealthy countries, as well as between wealthy and poorer countries, to talk about what young people are doing worldwide, because in the mainstream media discourse would have you believe that young people of color are completely oblivious and not doing. I mean, that was truly extraordinary.
Thank you so much, Maura.
Maybe we need to get you to develop a course.
Thank you.
I'm quite serious, actually.
I'd be happy to do that.
We'll come back to that.
Thank you.
We have a treat coming up, but I wanted to ask you just one question. So for instance, it occurred to me, I wasn't an adult. I was an adult, rather, before I learned about Dr. Robert Bullard, who wrote Dumping in Dixie, Race, Class, and Environmental Quality in 1990. This is a classic. Over 30 years. How many young people learn about this in school? His book is a classic. This is a Black sociologist who's talking about this set of issues, or Wangari Maathai, for that matter. The Kenyan environmentalist and the first East African woman to be awarded the Nobel Prize for her work in 2004. Kids aren't getting this in class. So is there anybody that is doing this well, in your view? I mean, you don't have to name names, but
sure.
Whether it's in informal class settings or after school programs, who do we should be looking to?
That's a great question, Maura, and I think you're on the right track in saying that it is more likely that we will find this kind of education happening in out of school spaces because the kind of restrictions and curricular standards that we have to adhere to for our young people are not present there. The other thing I would say about that, and you're right, off the top of my head, I'm unable to name groups in this current moment. But there are ways in which I think we as a people have to not depend on the schools to do this work, right? And so how do we look to those neighborhood organizations, those community organizations where we're doing other kind of cultural identity development to now say, you know what, climate change has to be a focus, and the way climate change affects our people and their rights. And how do we now need to make that a focus in our informal learning spaces? We can't rely on the educational systems to do that for us.
So we're, Stan, you've been forewarned. We're going to be coming back to you.
Thank you.
I know we have a whole slew of questions. We've got another session coming up. We're going to have a post-conference survey. We're also going to be going back to those Harlem Village Academy students who I hope are watching, because you've answered many of their questions and concerns. Sure. And, I even see in the chat one of our panelists coming up. One of whom is in Accra, Ghana as well. There are many ways to teach this material. It's a wonderful children's book author. So I hope that you'll stick around as well.
Yes, thank you.
For the next session. Thank you. I mean, thank you is not enough. It really,
thank you.
That was extraordinary. We knew that you were we knew we needed to have you here today, but you've exceeded all expectations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. McLean.
Okay. So we've got another treat for you, a book talk. There are so many ways that we can educate and learn from our children. And I have to say that Elizabeth Irene Beatty has given us a gift in this regard. Trained as a scientist, she directs a medical laboratory. And then in her spare time, writes fiction for children and young adults. Her multiple book awards include the Macmillan Writers' Prize for Africa and the Byrd Award for African Literature. And in 2022, this is how I learned about her work, her children's novel, Crossing the Stream, earned her the Children's Africana Book Award and praise from literary critics. In a starred review, Kirkus described Crossing the Stream as, quote, a richly textured contemporary story set in Ghana that highlights timely issues around the environment and exploitation of the poor, an immersive reading experience. And I have to tell you, that is exactly the case, and not just for young adults. This gray-haired adult couldn't put the book down. Elizabeth Irene Beatty lives in Accra, Ghana. That's where she's coming to us from today with her husband, and is working on her 9th novel. And to engage Elizabeth Irene Beatty on her latest book and hopefully her next novel is another extraordinary person, Brenda Randolph, the co-director of outreach at the Center for African Studies at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Brenda Randolph has worked as a school librarian in Virginia, Massachusetts, and Maryland. And in 1989, motivated by children who would come to the library and couldn't find books that they saw themselves in, and by parents who were irate about the images that children were getting in books that purported to teach them about Africa. She founded Africa Access to combat those negative stereotypes about Africa and help the K through 12 community improve the quality of their Africa collections. With the Outreach Council of the African Studies Association, she founded the Children's Africana Book Award, and she's the creator and co-author of The Gold Road, Discover Africa in the World, and Book 2, an Africana magazine for teachers and students. And I urge you, educators, teachers, students, all visit the Africa Access Review website. It's just a cornucopia of young people's books about Africa by authors from all over the world. Brenda Randolph also was the 2022 African Studies Association Distinguished Africanist. That award was bestowed upon her. Elizabeth, Irene, and Brenda, we welcome you.
Thank you, Maura.
Thank you, Maura. Well, welcome, Elizabeth, Irene, and it is wonderful to meet you in November at the Children's Africana Book Awards in Washington, D.C., our ceremony. And it's so good to see you again so soon and to have you here today to talk about this wonderful novel.
Thank you very much, Brenda.
Yeah, there's a shortage of novels in the U.S. About Africa, especially for grades 9 to 12. We're getting a number of books for high school students. We have picture books, but that age level, so your book fits perfectly there. And we are so thrilled to have a coming of age page turner that addresses the environment and other important issues. Now, climate change is not explicitly addressed in the novel, but we are seeing its effects and the actions that youth are taking to build a healthy environment. And as we just heard from Dr. Andrews, young people are the solution to the problems we are facing. And so please introduce Crossing the Stream and the young people there who are, tackling the problem, and introduce it to our audience.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brenda. Now, here we have, this is my book, Crossing the Stream. I hope my image is clear. And Crossing the Stream its main character is Ato. Ato is 12 years old, and there's one thing that he really wants more than anything else in the world: to visit an eco-paradise that his father helped to build. His father has passed away. Ato lives with his mother. And of course, as life presents itself, he has a couple of problems. Getting into the eco-paradise his father helped build is not a walk-in. He has to present a winning project, a winning eco project, along with his friends. And my story is about the obstacles that Ato faces while he's developing this project. Well, the main obstacle he faces is a threat in his neighborhood from a very powerful figure. In addition to that, in the background, well, not so much in the background, but really unfolding in his life, he has to go and live with his grandmother. His grandmother is a woman his mother is very suspicious about. So my story actually started off from the grandmother. I mean, if you don't mind, I will show you a picture of my grandmother. This is the book we put together on her passing. She died at the age of 95 when I was 40 years old. Now, when I was young, my grandmother to me was a fire-breathing dragon. I was so terrified of her. I'm so glad I grew up to have a relationship with my grandmother in her old age, because I found her to be the wisest, strongest, most encouraging, most generous woman that I knew. And she fed and poured so much strength into me as I grew up that I often wondered later on in life, what would it have been like as a child if I had felt that courage and that strength and that warmth and that love from her. As a child, I was just terrified of her. But the relationship unfolds and evolves, and I found her to be such a wonderful person. And this is the kind of grandmother that I have given my main character. Now, there is a rift in the family. So my main character's mother and his grandmother have, there's a gap that needs to be filled there. And yet I look at grandmothers, I look at the role older people play in the lives of younger people in ideal situations. And I'm moving back to the conversation with Dr. Carter, I believe, a little earlier on. And there was one thing that she mentioned, which I would like to bring up here. She spoke about what we need to bring up in children, what we need to develop in children. And she talked about the 5 C's: confidence, competence, connection, caring, and character. And each time she mentioned every one of them, I wanted to cheer, because that essentially is what Crossing the Stream is all about. The confidence, the character, the confidence that was developed in our young character as a result of the relationship that he had with his grandmother. And we hear that young people are the solution. Young people are part of the solution. Climate change is an intergenerational problem, and older people are affected and are just as moved as younger people are. And I feel that young people and old people and older people are in such unique positions, because young people have got the vim, they have the enthusiasm, they have the energy, they have the drive, and then but then often they also are faced with the burnout, and they're faced with the can I not? And then you have the older people in their lives who are able to infuse wisdom and encouragement and give support and give that gentle push where needed. So I am looking at the necessary relationship between generations that helps us all come together to combat climate change effectively. And I feel that this is how the story plays out, because my main character has to come against a very powerful person in his community who is willing to do anything at all to destroy the environment in order to achieve his own aims. And the courage that my main character develops to combat this issue is as a result of the relationship that he forms with his grandmother.
I love Nana, Ato's grandmother. And for me, she showed that, like, no matter how old you are, you can still grow and learn
Yes,
from making past
absolutely.
Mistakes.
Absolutely.
I want to come back to the bird sanctuary, but before I do, since we're talking about Nana, tell us about her garden, what she's growing there, and why neem trees are so special. Because I think she has some solutions to using to growing things without toxic chemicals.
Yes, yes. So there's a little bit of background to that. I am a scientist, and in my undergrad degree, I did my thesis, my project was on natural pesticides. So that's something I've always had a bit of an interest in. And then I had my grandmother, who was absolutely in love with what she called God's garden, God's pharmacy. She had just about any herbal remedy you could think of. When we were little, we dared not tell my grandmother, oh, I have a tummy ache, or if she coughed in front of her or you sneezed in front of her, she would quickly brew up something bitter and dark for you to drink, which would invariably get rid of the problem. But so Atu is our main character, and Atu's grandmother, oh, she has a garden. Now, Atu himself has got a very small square patch, completely paved over with concrete slabs in his own home. He calls it his 4-hop garden, because 1, 2, 3, 4 hops, and he's been able to cross from his front door to the main gate, and there are no trees there. But he goes to his grandmother's house for the very first time, and with some reluctance from his mother, because his mother, for various reasons, has a deep suspicion of Atu's grandmother. And I'll just come over here and see if I can find the page where Atu first comes across his grandmother's garden. So his mother has dropped him off outside his grandmother's garden, and he's standing there with some misgivings, wondering why he's here. But he turned to Nana's garden, which sprawled out to the right of the porch. Red hibiscuses grew along the wall. Their long orange stalks, dusted with yellow pollen, hung out from the hearts of the frilly petals. Vegetables grew along the side of the house. He recognized tomatoes, okra, peppers, and lettuce. But the real magic rose up ahead of him. He counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spreading trees. They grew way above the roof of the house. The trees silently beckoned him. He stepped along the paving stones that wound an S-shaped path to the garden. The leafy branches allowed the setting sun to speckle the ground with bronze light. He walked past, rubbing his hand on their rough trunks, a mango tree, an avocado, and then he saw it. Another couple of steps and he would have trod on it, a green tarpaulin rectangle spread out on the ground underneath a neem tree. A pyramid of loose earth rose beside it. He leaned forward, lifted the edge of the tarpaulin, and felt his heart stop. A hole in the ground, deep and rectangular, freshly dug. It looked like a grave. So this is his first introduction to his grandmother's garden, and he comes to discover that there's just a wealth of 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 wisdom and healing within that garden. Because much later on, he develops a fever, and his grandmother makes a neem steam potion to sort out his fever. Now, this is something which is very common in Ghana and generally across Africa. I will limit the knowledge of what I'm speaking about to Ghana, but leaves and herbs and roots and seeds and nuts are often drawn on when it comes to traditional healing, and often with some pretty good results, although there's some varying conversation about how much regulation there has to be in that space. And so here is my main character, very feverish, and his grandmother, she props him up on a footstool, and steam was rising into his face. A pool of dark water formed before him with floating leaves and branches. She was bending him over, pushing his head down. He struggled, trying to fight her off, but her hands were too strong, her dark honey hands. He whimpered, and she draped something soft and heavy over his head. Everything went black. It was hot. Steam filled his nostrils, his lungs. He struggled against her, but her strong hands would not let him go. A faint hint of bitterness hit the back of his tongue. Shh. She wanted him to stop fighting. She murmured something about neem. Neem, her potion. Breathe in, Ato, she coaxed softly. Breathe in. Shh. And she was stroking his shoulders. Her whisper sounded like the rustle of breeze through leaves. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. There was no fight left in him, so he breathed in and out and in. His pajamas were clinging to him. Gentle hands replaced them with dry ones. A warm hand caressed his forehead. And he was a falcon gliding over dark water, rising, soaring up into the midnight sky. And this is a neem steam potion, which Nana used to heal his fever. It's commonly used for healing malaria, and it was very commonly used during the COVID pandemic in Ghana with a decent amount of success. Yes, and we all tore off branches of neem leaves to boil up and inhale as a remedy or as a preventive action against COVID. And these are some of the areas where I feel that the older people have got a lot to introduce younger people to in exploring what nature has for us. And our biodiversity is an area that I bring up in this book, and to a much greater extent in the book that follows it. That is big older brother is coming after this one that really faces, yes, the climate issue, the environmental issue, the eco issue. But biodiversity is also another area where older people have got a lot to introduce younger people to. A lot of younger people are born or live within spaces where they haven't seen anything different apart from a four hop garden with paving stones all over. And a lot of older people have lived in an environment where there were butterflies and there were leaves, and you could play in the stream and you could fetch water from the stream and you were fishing from the stream and so forth. And helping our children see what was, I think, is a very strong way of enabling them to imagine what can be. So that link between the older generation and the younger generation, I think, is so powerful. And I think at every opportunity needs to be preserved and needs to be promoted in order to help position our younger ones to work in the movement towards creating a greener, cleaner earth.
Perfectly said. Now, between Nana and Ato is the father. And so when we begin the novel, we hear about a letter that father has left for Ato. And can you tell us a little bit about how this project, this school project that he has with two of his friends, and the Numa Bird Sanctuary, which is so important to him as it was to his father?
Right, right. Yeah, so the Noma Bird Sanctuary, Noma actually comes from the Akan word Noma. Anoma is bird. So Noma is plural for birds. And that, yes, that's where the name comes from. So
Ah,
Noma is,
okay.
yes, Noma is an island. Well, in this case, it's fictional, of course, but it is set in the area of the Volta River, the Volta Lake, which is one of the biggest man-made lakes in the world. And it's a migrating point for lots of birds from around the world, because that is in effect what we actually have in that part of the country, where we have migrating birds from everywhere coming in there. And so we have this beautiful island, and it's been built into an eco paradise, and its entry is very restricted. And Atu's father helped to build it. Unfortunately, Atu's father died tragically and suddenly, so he never had a relationship with his son. More than anything, he wants to go there. And one day, a notice comes on the school board, and I'll read the notice. Ato stared at the print on the school bulletin board. His breathing stopped. Noma spreads its wings in welcome to Asafo, Earth Warriors. Are you old enough to leave home on your own, but young enough to believe that the Earth needs you? Do you have a project to protect the green earth, the blue sky, and the animals and people between the two? Show us. Then let us ferry you away from the crowded city to the mountainous bird island of Noma. Your project is your invitation, Atu read. Submit it to us by June 1st. That was 12 weeks from now. Noma was open at last. A vision of the island flooded Atu's mind. Rock-studded mountainsides and leafy lower hills. He had sailed over the choppy grey waters that surrounded the bird island 1,000 times in his dreams. He had landed on its famous eastern peak, the Dawn Locust, where the first rays of sunrise struck in an explosion of red and orange light. Here, thousands of bird species lived protected, including his favorite bird, the peregrine falcon. So Atu is extremely excited. Noma is open so long as you have a winning project. And he's recalling a letter that his father had written to him. And if you don't mind, I'll read the letter his father had written. This letter was
Please.
written while he was still a baby.
Mhm.
And so he never got to hear his father read it out to him. But it's a letter that he treasured. He kept it close to him and read it time after time. And the letter read, "My son, it's been months of hard work, but now the dream is forming before my eyes. I'm sitting on the highest point of Noma. It's called the Dawn Locust. One day, I hope you will sit here with me. Ato, now that the Noma dream is here, it must stay alive. Those of us who believe in it must protect it. For now, the sun shines, but enemy storms are gathering. One day, they may be unleashed. If they are, I have a plan. It is protected, somewhere below this rock peak where the sunlight first greets Noma, where the falcons watch over the valley. With enough Asafo, we can protect this dream. Whenever I hold you in my arms, I can see you are truly like me, Asafo, a protector of our world. When your steps are strong enough to match mine, we shall walk this mountainside together to protect this dream. Only a few people are privileged enough to step on Noma. You will be one of them. You will prove yourself good enough to come here. One day, your toes will be firm enough to grip this rock." And yes, so this is Noma that Ato has dreamed, but he's read this letter since he could read, and this is all he has ever wanted. And his father, as you can tell from here, his father has envisaged a time when this eco paradise is going to be threatened. And that threat, this first book builds up on that, and the actual threat is unfolded in the book that follows this, which will be published later on this year. So I'm really looking forward to that coming out. And in that book, the children face a much bigger threat. This was scary what they went through in crossing the stream, but it is scaled up, and I think it is just a glimpse of what our children face when they see what goes on in the world. And I feel that very often our children look at what's going on in the world and probably ask themselves, can I make a difference? Can I really make a difference? I think generally, study after study shows that young people are more likely to feel overwhelmed, or also feel a little fatalistic about climate change. They've been born into a world where everybody is talking about climate change and the effect of it and extinction and so forth. And they're beginning to wonder whether their actions can possibly make a difference. But of course they can. And I feel that so long as we link hands and each generation understands the unique role that they are playing and what they're bringing to the picture, yes, there is hope for our young ones. And more than anything, our young ones need hope. They need to be told that this can be done. At every age, people require encouragement. If you don't mind, I'll just go back to the second book I wrote, The 12 Heart. This was in the year 2010, and my husband had just had a heart attack, and my computer had crashed, and it had crashed along with the story that I had written. The story was gone. I hadn't saved it on a hard drive, silly me. And as far as I was concerned, I wrote a story, computer crashed, story is gone. My husband went through this terrifying health scare. He's getting better, and I just need to devote all my attention towards helping him. And my dad would ask me, "Oh, what about that book you were writing?" And I said, "Oh, Dad, it's gone. It's gone. It's crashed. Computer crashed. I'm not going back there again." And he kept asking me, "The story was wonderful. You told me about it. It's a wonderful story. You should write it. You should write it." And I kept telling him, "Dad, it's gone. I'm tired. My husband needs me." And after he had gone on like that for several weeks, I began to think, And then my dad said, "You keep saying the story is gone. It's not gone. It's in your head. All you need to do is get it out of your head and get it out." And I thought to myself, actually, he's right. And I went on to write The 12 Hearts, and it sold 100,000 copies. And it's a reminder to me how much encouragement we need. I was 40 years old when this happened. I wasn't a baby. I was 40 years old as a mature woman, married with 3 children. And yet, the words that my father spoke, I found so encouraging that it pushed me enough to write the book better than I had written it before. And it went on to do so well. And I look at our younger children, and I think that's how much they need us as well. That's how much we need to encourage them. We have young activists out there, and sometimes they come across as very confident and so forth, but it cannot, the amount of encouragement they can get from the right word cannot even be quantified. So it is important that all of us recognize this and constantly be there to give that support, help make the connections that they need, and help give the encouragement that is so badly required for consistency in this war against climate change.
Yes. Well, Otto's father, this whole idea of him in the project creating this garden. So if you could talk a little bit about Otto's garden and Papa Kojo, who has a nearby garden. One of them is using one strategy to grow plants, and the other is using another. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, I will. So in this book, we have Atto presenting an eco project along with his friends. Now, what they decide to do is to use environmentally friendly pesticides and compare them with vegetables that are being grown across a pond from them. Now, the children choose a beautiful, lovely nature spot. It's an area where they go to play. I'm hoping that I can find let me see if I can find a page where I can describe what Turo is like. Now, Turo is the area where the children have their eco project, and Turo comes from the Akan word for garden. Garden is true, so I just use that for it, and I'll describe it. So, Turo was their getaway. For years, Atu and Jifa and Leslie came here to play pilolo, to grumble about teachers, and eat green mangoes until they had the runs. The rock at Turo was rectangular, like a wide cabinet. It was their safe perch from parents and chores. From that stone throne, they argued about which one of them would be richest in future, while tossing pebbles into the pond, watching them plop and vanish into its murky depths. He and Jifa would wade into the water to watch bubbles rise to the surface, and they would tear up pondweed and reeds to weave into little mats. And there were evenings when he came here alone and sat on Turo's rock. In his mind, he was a peregrine falcon, and the rock was the peak of the dawn locust on Noma. He would watch the sky turn orange and purple at sunset and dream that it was sunrise at Noma. And he could hear his dad telling him, "I knew it. I knew you'd make it, son. I knew you'd make me proud." At those times, the only sounds around Turo were tweeting birds in the crescents of palm trees behind them and lizards scuttling in the undergrowth. Occasionally, Papa Kojo's grunts would carry over the pond as he and his sons worked their vegetable lots. So Papa Kojo is a local farmer who works on a pond across from Turo. And Papa Kojo depends on the pond for his vegetable patch. In addition to that, he also works with chemical pesticides because that's what's available to him. That's what he knows, and it's cheap and it's available. And the children are the children's quest is to see whether local pesticides would give them the same, sorry, environmentally friendly pesticides would give them the same vegetable produce as Papa Kojo. However, Papa Kojo comes across a threat. Suddenly, something is happening. Papa Kojo's vegetables are suffering. I will see if I can go to that page to read that. Um, Papa Kojo's vegetables are something is happening. This is further on down the line. This is where the children realize that there's something wrong. If you don't mind, I'll just try and find that page. Okay. The following afternoon, Atu found a frog lying on the muddy bank of the pond. Its pale underbelly was exposed, its limbs outstretched. It was dead. Close by in shallow water, another frog floated, just as dead. The next Tuesday, he'd noticed a lizard twitching on the rock nearby. It didn't move even when Jifa nudged it with a stick. Not far from it was a bird on its back, with its legs stiff in death. By Wednesday, 4 fish floated upside down in the pond, gills splayed open. On Thursday, Atu and his friends gathered at Chiro to weed their project, water it, and build their scarecrow. Though crows continued to swoop too close to their tender sprouts, Atu noticed something else. Some smaller birds in the shrubs seemed too sick to fly off, even when he drew close to them. Choco, their dog, lay quietly beside them, and she hadn't yet touched the bone Jifa had brought her. Leslie took a picture of a tiny brown sparrow with his phone. It was huddled on the ground, shuddering and blinking slowly. It's some animal disease, he said. It's more than an animal disease, Jifa said, looking around. The reeds growing in and around the pond had all lost their firmness, leaning limply to one side. Most had turned a sickly straw color. A number that had been curling up the week before were completely shriveled. The leaves of the water lilies had all turned yellow and brown. Something was wrong at Chiro. Across the pond, Papa Kojo's was not a good story. Together with his sons, he tramped up and down between the rows of vegetables. They stooped to inspect the leaves, and they pulled some of them up to scrutinize the roots for worms. For the first time, Atu could remember, Papa Kojo did not smile back when he waved to him. It looked as if Papa Kojo might not have enough produce left for them to compare their vegetables with. So this is a threat. Suddenly, this is a beautiful spot. Everything grows nice and green and lush, and suddenly something is wrong. And this is where the children have to find out what is wrong. And it requires a lot of courage because they find that they're coming up against one of the most powerful people in the community. And I feel that is something that young people will face, especially in this fight against climate change, because a lot of the big players in this industry are extremely powerful, and it can be quite intimidating coming up against rows of men and women, I suppose, institutes who will do anything to block off the advances that are being made by people in this space, trying to create a fair environment for the plants, the animals, the skies, for all of us living on this earth.
Now, if we can shift just a little bit, because I think the Zongo community is important to talk about in the Forbidden Stream. We're looking at disparities, it seems, between Ato's community and the Zongo community.
Yes, I would love to talk about it. So actually, that's where the title comes from, Crossing the Stream. And just to give it a little bit of a backstory, when I was young, there was a forbidden stream, a stream that we were not allowed to cross. It was a heavily polluted stream. And of course, because it was forbidden, it was extremely attractive to us. And we would go, as soon as the adults in the house had gone off somewhere, a funeral or something, we'd go running off to the stream and go. And there were lots of things that shouldn't be in water in that stream. But we would we would go and play in it. And that stream divided the community that I lived in as a child from another community called Nima. And Nima was largely a Zongo community. And in the Zongo community, you do have some affluent people living in there, but it's largely a less privileged community as compared to the rest of the city. And Atul comes to see what a Zongo is like. Now, Atul's grandmother has her backstory. Atul's father grew up in an affluent part of town, and just across from him was the Zongo. Now, Atu's grandmother did not want, she had strong misgivings about her son going over to play in the Zongo. But he would go there and he formed connections with children over there, connections that remained till the end of his life. He died suddenly, quite abruptly. And the friendships that he formed there were pivotal in who he became later on. And they were friendships that his mother, that's Atu's grandmother, came to value much later on. So Atu's grandmother herself has some regrets. She remembers what the kind of son that she had, somebody who was willing to step across boundaries and borders that had been drawn up by people before him. And sometimes we inherit those boundaries. Oh, don't talk to these people. Oh, we don't go here. Oh, we have nothing to do with people like that. And you often find that the generations afterwards begin to question that. Why? Because those cross-border conversations are important, those connections that we need to build in order to understand what's going on the other side for both people. So Ato's grandmother remembers how her son, as a child, kept wanting to cross over that forbidden stream into the Zongo, play with children there, and how upset and angry she got with him. She grew to value the relationship that he made there, and he formed some friends there who became friends with the grandmother later on. And so now with her grandson, she is now taking him across the stream into that community to see what goes on there, to see the friendships and the connections that his father had made. And this is something that builds a lot of strength into Atul, because he, in coming up against a powerful person in his community, is reminded how his father crossed that stream, went over into the Zongo community, forged friendships, and broke barriers, pre-existing barriers. And this gave him the courage to then decide that he was going to cross that border that he had. And in this case, it was that you can't go here relationship between him and that powerful person in his community. It more or less empowered him to step over that imaginary boundary and break down the wall that was there and the problem that had arisen. So it's metaphorical as well. There was physically a stream that was crossed, and in addition to that, the crossing of that stream then enables our young character to step over another border or boundary or wall, to then take to take hold, or to rather to move into new territory and conquer a problem that would otherwise have been probably too much for him to handle.
Well, I want to open it up for questions if people have questions in the chat. But before I do, I wanted to note that there is an audio version of Crossing the Stream, which people can get access through if they have the subscription to Audible. But also there's something called Hoopla. If it's a free access that you can get to listen to your book here in the United States. People just go through their library. So it's Hoopla for free. And if you want to pay for it, you can go through Audible. I think that it is so the audio version is so good to hear Ghanaian, speaking, because our teachers then they don't have to worry or wonder about how to pronounce something. It's being pronounced, for them the Ghanaian way. And did you know that this was going to happen? And did you, that they were going to share your book from print to? How does that whole process work? With an author and the different formats?
Well, Brenda, I have to confess to you that my job was to write a great story with the help of my editor and my agents, and the publisher took care of everything else.
And that's it.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I focus on. I focus on writing the story and getting it to be the best that it can be. And I would like to say a very big thank you to my wonderful agent and to my editor as well, and of course to the team at Norton that helped me put out this wonderful book.
Well, I think we have 3 minutes left. Is there? I'm not sure if the Q&A is working. Wait a second here to see if a question comes up. But that's so interesting to know about the audio version. What I have noticed in the past few years is that books that are written by African authors are appearing in Audible and in these other formats, which is wonderful. It's just
It
wonderful to
is.
have them. Absolutely.
It is. It is.
Okay,
Sometimes
I
when we're
don't
writing,
see.
we worry about pronunciation, whether people from other cultures and countries can pronounce the words, but we feel, well, there's Google there. You can find out how it's pronounced.
Let's see. I have a deeper question from someone here, which is, why did you choose to combine a tale about family rifts against the backdrop of environmental themes? Were you consciously trying to get young people to think about how the human species wantonly destroys its own habitat?
I don't think I was consciously thinking about it, but it's something that has been very much a part of my consciousness, extremely so. And I think it is the case for most people. Just walking around your town, your community, you can't help but see what's going on around you. So it seemed almost natural that this story that I was writing, it's about love and healing rifts, and it's about the power of intergenerational connections. And playing it out on this stage seemed just about the most natural thing to do, because I'm looking at what was then and what is now. You'll often speak to older people talking about how things used to be back in the day, and younger children can only listen and imagine what things were like. And so having that connection so that a child could have a picture of then and a picture of now, and as a result of that, get some momentum to propel himself forward, was a natural development of the story.
Well, I think our time is up. I want to thank you so much for being with us from Accra. We have certainly enjoyed listening to you, and I have enjoyed reading the book and listening to the book. And I created a short bibliography for people who might be interested in other books that deal with this topic and a theme. So I think you will find that in the resources. So again, thank you, Elizabeth Irene Beatty, for being with us today.
Thank you very much, Brenda, for having me.
Muted.
Thank you for reminding me to unmute. You make me want to go back and read the book again. By the way, thanks to the recommendation from our resident librarian, Brenda Randolph, I did listen to the audiobook. It was a wonderful experience, and go run, get the book, and we can't wait to get the sequel.
Thank you, Maura.
So we are going to have a brief intermission, 10 minutes for you to catch your breath, go buy Elizabeth Irene Beatty's book, look on the Africa Access Review website and see what other titles there. Again, it's a cornucopia. And then we're going to hear from our student informants again. So don't go away. And during the intermission, I believe we're going to have a photo show if you happen to want to look at that. We'll be back soon.
Hi, my name is Miriam Silla, and today I'll be talking about climate change. I feel like climate change does impact me, but not like specifically where I live. I feel like it impacts like people in Florida and Buffalo because Buffalo they just recently had a blizzard which really affected them. Many people died, didn't have electricity, and for Florida, I feel like it's always hurricanes over there, and many people die from that. And for us here in Harlem, I feel like it affects us, but we don't really see it as it affecting us negatively because it could be warm. It could be warm in January, but we won't really see it as it being bad. And I feel like it's important for us to be taught this in school, starting young, because if we learn about this in school, we're going to like continue to learn about it while we're going to middle school and high school. But I feel like it should just be taught more so we can learn about the impacts.
My name is Victoria Roberts. I will be answering a question about reparations. What do you think about the idea of reparations as a way to repair the historical negative generational impact of colonization in America and slavery on Black people in the United States and the other world? Reparations is a really, really good idea, but it depends on what we do with the reparations that we're getting. If we use the reparations to invest back into our communities, then that would be more suitable. But if we use the reparations for our own personal benefit, so like, for example, some people, if they get reparations, they will probably go to the designer store and buy a whole bunch of designer, which is not doing nothing for you. When reparations to literally give back for all the work that Africans put into building the whole world. For example, yes, slavery happened in the United States, but majority of the slaves went to the Caribbean islands, and some of them were enslaved in Africa also. So I feel like most of the reparations will have to go back to Africa as a whole because most slaves were taken away from West Africa and brought to the Americas and to the Caribbean islands. And Africa is still consistently being drained by the Western civilizations up to today.
Hi, my name is Mao Kanate, and I go to school in Harlem, New York. I think the idea of reparations cannot fully repair the historically negative impact it had on Africa and the U.S. Due to the fact that there are still generational scars, and Africa still to this day is still affected by the colonization. Most of West Africa was impacted by the French, and most of Europe, and to this day, Africa is still being affected by that. And I feel like reparations won't fix that, but it is a start. And mostly reparation is not only about money, it's also about opportunities, like opportunities of education. There's still multiple people in Africa who don't have the right to an education, don't have the right to healthcare and things like that. I feel like reparations should be brought up in school because it shows children that like they have a chance to live, like they have a chance to not repair their life, but to have a new start and a new beginning for their life. But still, at the end of the day, reparations will never fix all the old things that happen and the history.
Okay, well, I hope that everyone is taking note of what our student informants have been telling us. They have some very strong views about climate change and reparations. And we've been addressing some of those questions, and going forward, we'll attempt to address more. And so one of the things that Elizabeth Irene Beatty emphasized in her wonderful novel, Crossing the Stream, is the importance of intergenerational communication. And Dr. Carter Andrews talked about counter narratives. Well, we're now going to go into the very, very deep past, to our ancestral the generations, the human species, to derive some lessons. And as part of a counter narrative. Because archaeological and anthropological findings from Africa's deep past provide practical lessons for embarking on a path to repair and a hopeful future. As our next presenter will instruct us, the evidence shows that early human beings who occupied the geographical space that we now refer to as Africa survived radical climate change by embracing cooperation as a mode of survival, political philosophy, and a cultural value. To learn more about this, we've enlisted the help of Dr. Shayla Monroe. Dr. Monroe is an anthropological archaeologist specializing in the social zooarchaeology of the Nile Valley and the Sahara, the political ecology of African pastoralists and complex societies, and the spread of pastoralist networks across North Africa and the Sahel. Dr. Monroe earned her PhD in anthropology from the University of California at Santa Barbara. Her research explores the implications of culture contact and asymmetrical power relations between pastoralists and non-pastoralists. Monroe is currently collaborating with AAI on a webinar series for middle and high school educators that demonstrates ways of centering Africa in quote unquote world history curricula. And I say that in quotes because so often Africa is treated as a sidebar. You don't want to miss the fascinating knowledge she has to share. Dr. Monroe, you are welcome.
Thank you so much, Moira, and thank you to the Africa America Institute and the State of Education Conference for having me. I'm happy to be here. Today, I will be talking about human survival and climate change and the lessons that we can infer from Africa's deep past. So what I do, I perform two specialties. I perform faunal analysis, and that's a method of identifying and quantifying the species present in an archaeological assemblage, as well as the variable traits and attributes thereof. And I also am a zooarchaeologist, and this kind of describes what we do after the faunal analysis when we connect the results of our analysis to larger anthropological concepts. And we try to figure out what those results mean in terms of cultural practice and historical events and human behavior. So today I'm going to tell you a very abbreviated story of Saharan pastoralism and climate change. And this story begins in the Holocene. So when archaeologists such as myself discuss the deep history of human-environment interactions, we have these two schema and their associated terms that we use to situate ourselves in time. So we talk about geological epochs, and we also talk about cultural periods. So Pliocene, Pleistocene, Holocene, these are examples of geological epochs. This is largely a descriptor of where we are in an ongoing sequence of climatic events known as geological time. As the Earth follows its trajectory around the sun, the regular changes in the angle of the Earth's tilt can lead to fluctuations in temperature. And these lead to changes in the size of the ice caps at the North and the South Pole. And when these polar glaciers are larger, sea levels around the world are lower, causing drier atmosphere across continents. When these polar glaciers are smaller, sea levels rise and moister air moves across continents. These periods are known as glacials and interglacials. And they can influence stark periodic changes in environmental conditions around the world. We also sometimes can use synonyms for these ages like ice age, etc., and this still refers to a geological epoch. So in terms of geological time, there are some people who now argue that we're in the Anthropocene, meaning whereas before it was the position of the Earth combined with a host of other factors, including, carbon cycles, etc., used to be the primary driver of changes and fluctuation in climate. Now the activities of Homo sapiens are the primary driver of climate change. This doesn't mean that we are the only cause of changing weather patterns, but it means that through greenhouse gases and the associated rising temperatures, we have hindered the rate of some of these ongoing cyclical processes while accelerating the speed and frequency of others. So in this other schema, the one that describes cultural ages, you see terms like early Stone Age, middle Stone Age, and later Stone Age. So these can also be called like Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic. And then we also have terms like Iron Age, Bronze Age. And these are example of like cultural periods in time. And they're based on tool making and strategies employed by human communities to accomplish their goals. And these terms tend to describe an overall suite of raw materials and finished products that differ from, later periods or early periods. So like Ice Age simply means that Iron Age simply means that this is an age in which people were dependent on iron, and which the use of iron spread quickly. People used it for weapons, tools, for farming, etc. So when we see a dominant material kind of rise in a cultural period, sometimes that dominant material to archaeologists takes on, kind of gives the name to that period. By that same logic, some people argue that we are now in the plastic age because of the material dominance that plastic has in, the way we use plastic in such a dominant way for most of the materials in our lives. So if you look at this schema, you'll see the little yellow circle, and that's the Holocene. So the Holocene, as I'll explain, begins about 11,700 years ago. So what is the Holocene? The Holocene, well, it actually began around 11,700 BC, rather. And it's when the tilt of the Earth caused a global shift in weather patterns. In climate terms, the Holocene is the period immediately following the last ice age. And so the glaciers shrank, sea levels rose, and long-term weather patterns changed around the world. Warm weather plants died off, leaving less wild plant varieties available. And in Africa, this meant that animals that ate warm weather plants either migrated or began to die off. Humans had to adjust their strategies for procuring food. So they begin to experiment with the plant species that are left, and they begin to kind of change the way that they're moving across the landscape to acquire different types of food. This is culturally significant because this is the period in which human beings start interacting with our world materially in a different way and creating new types of tools for this more strategic interaction. So the Saharan Holocene is where I do a lot of my research. This is the time period that I study. And it's interesting because it is home to some of the earliest human communities that are using tools in this very complex way. And so in the Sahara, we have very early material evidence of human problem solving. And we can see in the archaeological record very long-lived, continuous communities. And we can look at things like weapons and tools and see how people change their strategies over time. So even though we know the Sahara as, one of the world's greatest deserts today, the Sahara was not always a desert. The Sahara used to vacillate in between humid periods and arid periods. So between 2.58 million years ago and the beginning of the Holocene around 11,700 BC, according to glacial cycles, the Sahara would, turn green or it would turn brown, depending on the levels of ocean, depending on sea levels, and depending on how much humid air was moving across the continent and how that affected rain patterns on the African continent. So during times of glacial growth, the continent was drier, and we call that a browning period. And during times when the glacier shrank, it was greener and moister, and we call those the Sahara's green periods. So around 12,000 BC, right before the beginning of the Holocene, you have the hyperaridity, so the dry period in the Sahara was ending. So during this period, it's very interesting because the Intertropical Convergence Zone, which is a monsoon system that affects rainfall patterns around the Earth's equator, it expanded. And this Intertropical Convergence Zone brought rainfall into the Sahara. This is what's known as the African humid period. And technically there's been more than one African humid period, but this is the one in which, things really start popping for human beings on the African continent. So when archaeologists refer to the African humid period, we're talking about this point in time. Now, the African humid period is significant for many reasons, but one of which is that around 7000 BC, pastoralism spreads across the Sahara. So while pastoralism is spreading across the Sahara, this is not the Sahara we know today. So the Sahara has rainfall, it has lakes, it has rivers, there are water systems throughout the Sahara. And really at this time, the Sahara is populated by hunters and fisher folk. So people are really exploiting these water-based resources like fish and animals that live around lakes and streams. So when pastoralism kind of comes into the continent through, we think perhaps the Sinai Peninsula and also through the Mediterranean, pastoralism or cattle pastoralism is combined with hunting and fishing and gathering. So people are practicing a lot of different types of strategies for acquiring their food. And the thing about pastoralism is really good for dealing with patchy, unpredictable environments. So what we see is that starting around 7000 BC, pastoralism spreads thoroughly throughout the continent. Well, excuse me, not throughout the continent, throughout the Saharan region of the continent. It spreads to the rest of the continent later. So as rainfall becomes more unpredictable, and we start to see the subtle changes that are leading to another arid period for the Sahara, pastoralists were the ones who found ways to survive during times of little to no rainfall. Many pastoralists, they traveled across dry lands that were becoming drier. And these dry lands would leave, places on the landscape that had higher water tables or had a deep wells or aquifers, and these were known as oases. So pastoralists learned how to travel across the dry lands from oasis to oases. And oases occur in places where there's an abundant source of underground water. So during 6200 BC, there's a cooling spell, and we see that the climate is changing, and the way that people start to respond to the climate is changing. So pastoralism is spreading, and there's a connection between ritual activities surrounding cattle and how people are adapting to their environment. Now, by 4200 BC, the climate in the Central Sahara becomes unpredictable. So pastoralists and foragers, they're moving around and they're adapting to this unpredictability. And they're trying to find reliable food and water, and they're also trying to avoid inclement weather. So pastoralists, they move along these well-established trails and routes that are based on trade and kinship communities. So around 3200 BC, most of the large lakes begin to dry up. people abandon the driest regions and they're moving into remaining lakes and along the wadis leading to the Nile River. The wadi is just a seasonal waterway that's attached to a larger river system. So back then, the Nile River had a lot of wadis. And those hunter and fisher folk who were all across the Sahara, they're long gone, because those lakes and those rivers where people were actually building their settlements and taking advantage of all the fish and the animals, those are now gone. And so those people have moved into the Nile Valley, into the Sahel, into other places where food and water are more abundant. So by 2780 BC, the Sahara had become, a desert. Hunting and fishing is no longer an option. And the only people who are able to kind of move back and forth between those oases are the pastoralists. So they are the ones who kind of had the adaptation to kind of make these dry lands work for them. So by 1000 BC, the major waters connecting to the Nile River have run dry. You can kind of see, if you look closely at the map, places like Wadi Howard and Wadi El Milk, they used to be able to sustain life, but by 1000 BC, even these waterways have become permanently dry. And so the final movement out of the Sahara is sometimes referred to as an exodus, but that could be misleading, because actually people who were in the Sahara were moving back and forth between the Sahara and the Nile River over and over again for trade and for social reasons, for political reasons. So it's misleading to think that everyone left the desert at once and all went into the Nile Valley or into the Sahel. They had been traveling and they had been mobile for a long time. And so it was more of a gradual emptying out of the Sahara. So migrations influence political developments throughout the Nile Valley. There are social mechanisms that kind of enabled a relatively peaceful influx of pastoralists into a new area. So when we look at the way that these pastoralists came into the northern part of the Nile Valley, which is now Egypt, they're coming in right around the time of the Nile Valley pre-dynastic and right before Dynasty Zero and right before the unification of ancient Egypt. There was some tension there. There was naturally some tension between a very large aggregated population and a population of new people who were steadily moving in with a different lifeways. But that tension was kind of worked out in the events that kind of led up to the unification, the first unification of Pharaonic Egypt. To the south in Sudan, it looks like the influx of pastoralists was a little bit more peaceful and it was a little bit smoother. So we see that the pre-Kerma period leading up to the formation of the Kerma state, we see a much smoother kind of integration of Saharan pastoralists kind of moving in and building societies and cultures with the people who'd been living on the river. So the next slide, just to warn you, does have some pictures of evidence of skeletal violence or skeletal evidence of violence. So when bioarchaeologists study skeletons throughout the Sahara and the Nile Valley during this period, the examination of those human remains does not show frequent signs of violence. So in my area, the Middle Nile Valley, we see what appears to be a peaceful integration of Saharan pastoralists. If we were to see something that looked different, for example, cranial fractures, defensive fractures, embedded arrowheads, these signs would tell us that there was a lot of strife when these pastoralists came in and, integrated themselves into these Nile Valley communities. But we don't see these signs in the skeleton. So when these signs are absent, we look to other explanations of how communities, blend or integrate or adopt widespread cultural changes. So the environmental factors that led to major changes in human subsistence and social organization during this period are crucial, in my opinion, to understanding the context of the relationship between people in the Nile Valley and their surrounding world. So, specialized pastoralism in the Sahara relied on these patterns of mobility and social organization that enabled them to kind of integrate themselves into Nile Valley civilization. So this happened, but it didn't happen with a series of, stark wars and a series of, large scale implications of violence. So pastoralists use social networks to avoid catastrophe. They use these networks to kind of tell them about changing weather patterns. They use their networks to spread their herd resources out amongst their kin to avoid potential disaster. These kinship groups also help them fight if they find themselves embroiled in conflict. And in some cases, these kinship networks can prevent violence because knowing that each side in a conflict has, lots and lots of kinfolks that could come to their aid in conflict is kind of a deterrent. And it's an impetus to kind of help people solve intergroup problems through negotiation rather than conflict. And the social ties that bind pastoralists together have always been central to dealing with environmental stress. So instead of, pardon me. So instead of pastoralists kind of moving around in random ways, looking for food and water, the reality is that they're very strategic about the pathways that help them move across these landscapes. So when pastoralists move, what they're actually doing is they're moving along their existing social networks. And they're using their relationships and their family bonds to navigate these landscapes, help them move out of harm's way, and help them, they have socially safe places that they can move to pursue their needs and pursue the resources they need for themselves and for their animals. So currently, across the Sahelian belt, from the northern portions of West Africa all the way over to Ethiopia, modern day African pastoralists have, been faced with conflicts over land and water. It's not that conflict was unknown to pastoralists. Many pastoralist groups in the past and in the historic area were known for not backing down from a fight. When you think of the Nuer, when you think of the Fulani, when you think of the Maasai, these are all pastoralist people who have fierce warrior components to their culture. So it wasn't that conflict was unknown. It's just that the ways that conflict was resolved are sometimes not available to pastoralist people in this post-colonial world. The colonization of the African continent changed several major components of African pastoralism. So now you have these groups that are no longer free to move according to shifting weather patterns. They have to deal with political borders. They have to deal with urbanism. Agricultural developments are now too large to be avoided or to be negotiated with. And it's also that the terms of conflict negotiation are now different. You have state laws that are put in place that override traditional systems of reciprocity and restitution. Firearms and the proliferation of firearms across the continent have severely exacerbated these conflicts. So the old ways of attaining peace and working things out don't often fit with modern political systems. And many of these political systems were built with an inherent bias against mobile people and transhuman pastoralism. The first scientific studies of African pastoralism were sponsored by or closely associated with European colonial powers. The deeper issue with understanding pastoralism today and some of the problems that pastoralists face today is that the original text that we have that scientifically explain African pastoralism are rooted in colonial perspectives. Historical era pastoralists were observed, studied, and described by people who were working for governments, colonial governments, that saw them as obstacles. These observers stressed their own objectivity, called positivism. And so positivism means that they didn't see or acknowledge how their own cultural biases, such as believing that farming and permanent settlements were superior ways of life, skewed their observations. And, these foundational texts that are full of cultural biases and skewed observations have often been inherited by newly liberated African governments as the scientific foundation for policies. So colonial era prejudices against pastoralists were inherited by newly independent African governments in the 20th century. And while some government sectors in places like Kenya are actively working to reconsider practices that harm herding ecologies, across the continent, this colonial era knowledge informs policies that are biased against pastoralists. So the field of anthropology was too slow to realize that outsider opinions of pastoralists and their interactions with their indigenous environments need to be strongly revised. So we are actually dealing with, when we talk about ecology and how pastoralists interact with their environment, we're dealing with two bodies of knowledge, their emic body of knowledge and the body of knowledge that was created outside of them. So we're dealing with two bodies of knowledge, one of which is decades old, and the other, the indigenous body of knowledge, is millennia old. We are only beginning to understand how far back into the past these adaptations go. And, colonialism broke systems of collective risk management that were literally thousands of years old. And so in an effort to control mobile pastoralists for their own reasons, European colonial entities discredited some of the most valuable strategies for surviving environmental catastrophes and environmental stress. So in a sense, they threw the baby out with the bathwater. So when we look at indigenous strategies of risk mitigation, we see that there were certain things that were built into the cultures of these pastoralist people that were, for the purpose of mitigating risk and protecting the benefit of the group, protecting the well-being of the group. So mobility, collective planning, and landscape management, these were all a part of pastoralist cultures, right? You move so that you don't use up too many of the resources in one place. You move to avoid conflict. You move to trade. You move to strengthen your social ties. Collective planning, you meet once or twice or 3 times a year in large groups to try and figure out territories, to try to settle disputes, to figure out the direction, of your overall society. And landscape management, learning how to live in balance with your environment so that resources aren't overused and so that resources can be renewed. Now, in terms of managing conflict, traditional ways of managing conflict in pastoralist societies include reciprocity, restitution, and multi-group identity and solidarity. The terms of conflict negotiation are now different. So you have state laws that have overwritten traditional systems of reciprocity and restitution. And the old ways of attaining peace and working things out don't often fit with modern political systems, many of which were built with an inherent bias against mobile and transhuman people. People did and do advocate for their household wealth, but there were and are ways to do that that were in balance with the need of the larger group. And so now, when you have people who are kind of struggling for survival, all of these indigenous strategies for mitigating risk and managing conflict have been subordinated to new problems and very few new solutions. So these indigenous strategies of risk mitigation, these are how you survive when the world you live in changes beyond your control. So discussion of climate change tends to stress everyone out. But the goal here is to show that people on the African continent have faced very, very extreme environmental changes before. Having a lush and green landscape turn into a desert is kind of an environmental nightmare. But these groups formed cultural ties and they developed a way of life that mitigated the consequences of that disaster. They found a very creative way to survive. And those people who were using that creative way to survive eventually proliferated throughout the African continent. And this is how cattle pastoralism spread. It spread as a creative way to deal rapidly with environmental change and unpredictability. So I think there's a lesson here in how we should think about the environmental changes that we are facing today, not just, as a diaspora, but as a species. We can't really control nature, but there are some things that we can control. We can control our values. We can control our level of understanding. And we can control the way that we organize ourselves. I live in Santa Barbara, and I just spent 3 days locked in my leaking house because an atmospheric river from the Pacific Ocean turned Santa Barbara into a lake. Many people lost their vehicles. Fortunately, we haven't lost any human lives that I know of, but people had to be rescued out of submerged vehicles. I mean, this was kind of as real as it gets. And I was reading a New York Times article about climate change, and it was interesting to see how many people are still either in denial or don't want to talk about it or get angry when we have to talk about our changing climate on this planet. And I think maybe this anger kind of comes from being taught that civilization, or to be civilized, means that we should have the utmost control over nature and natural resources. The worst part about public discourse on climate change is how large corporations who have refused to really do their part kind of convinced us as individuals that it was up to us, each one of us by ourselves, to confront climate change. So if we all are taught that we have to confront climate change as individuals, it's no wonder that this topic kind of makes people despair and kind of like stuff their fingers in their ears. So I think the conversations, and these conversations should include young people on our planet, should focus on what we can control, and we should decolonize our values and go back to those indigenous strategies, re-emphasize reciprocity, restitution, our level of understanding. We should share accurate information with one another, and we should do this for the culture. We should do it collectively, and we should not put this on the shoulders of people as individuals. I think that there are lessons in the African deep past about how we can pull together and confront this collectively. And I think that collectively is how we should move forward. Thank you.
That was superb. Thank you, Dr. Monroe. One of the things that strikes me is that when young, and you referenced young people, I think it's still the case, and you can tell me because you're encountering young people as they're entering university, and you have a sense of what they've been learning throughout their elementary and secondary school careers, there is, for one thing, not an emphasis on how the region of the world that we refer to as Africa is the region that is most often studied in order to discern when the human species was developing certain skills to adapt to its environment. Is that right? That usually that's not emphasized, that Africa is already in some ways the greatest source of knowledge of the deep past of human capability. Do I have that right?
Right. So we're in the process in archaeology of correcting that. But there was this idea that the great cognitive revolution, that, art and abstract thought and higher level complex, thinking happened in Lascaux Cave, in France, only to find out that tens of thousands of years before you have those kind of abstract symbols and things in Europe, you have them in Africa. And so this is the place where humans really started to develop modern ways of thinking and solving problems and developing, culture and identities. It's not something that happened after the fact. This is something that happened before humans even left the African continent. Mm-hmm. And so that narrative is changing, that narrative that, oh, well, humans became humans somewhere else, like they left as anatomically modern humans, but we didn't become psychologically human until later on. We're changing that because now we've got better we've got better resolution in terms of our dates and our chronology. And now we know that human beings were showing evidence of really complicated thought, probably around, 70,000 BC down in Southern Africa. So yes, this is where we learned to solve problems in a human way on the African continent.
So good. It's happened, that the change is happening in the academy, and what we need to do is to have this change occur earlier on in the educational process as well.
Right. And so I think, as an educator, part of it is learning how people solved problems in the past gives us insight into our capabilities for solving problems right now. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't let students get away with thinking that earlier populations were somehow less physically capable than we are. Because what they survived, like, we are here because of the knowledge that they passed down. What they survived, the type of predators in their landscape don't exist anymore. So what those people were able to survive and the knowledge that they were able to pass down, to me, is nothing less than astounding. And then when you bring climate change into it, the fact that the world around them was changing, that the vegetation was drying up, the rivers were drying up, the fact that everything they knew was changing and they still found a way to come together and survive. I think that is not even just worth learning about. I think it's worth celebrating. And I think we should internalize that,
Yes. I mean, I took note that you pointed out that these kinship network systems of management, mitigation, and risk there are millennia old, whereas the disruption of the colonial period and the so-called first world knowledge that was imposed was decades. And we now know that it is highly problematic. I mean, the other thing I think that you brought out and I wanted to ask you about is, again, even in our current discourse and in news media, people who are nomadic, or who are refugees or migrants, they're presented as both the victims, but also as the problems. And perversely, the West, the United States and Europe is, highlighted as the responsible for this Anthropocene.
The Anthropocene, yeah.
Anthropocene, right, the plastic age.
Yeah.
But we also set ourselves up as, the people who are gonna save the world. And you're sort of flipping this on its head and saying that it's these people that we're looking at as victims or as problems, they are the founts of knowledge that we can draw upon in order to move forward. Is that?
Yes, I think that is knowledge that needs to be recovered and amplified.
Mm-hmm.
We're losing indigenous languages on the African continent. In those languages is knowledge of plants, insects, seasonality, water, geography, terrain, landscape, minerals. They're languages of people who are in their native environment in Africa. The languages speak volumes about environmental wisdom, knowledge. And so when we lose indigenous African languages, we're actually losing knowledge of how it all works. Mm-hmm. So I think, it should be a priority for us to privilege this indigenous knowledge, indigenous environmental knowledge on the continent, recover it, and to make sure that that knowledge is not subordinated to, knowledge that was kind of created with a colonial foundation.
Mm-hmm. It's noteworthy too that Kenya, I think you said, is where their policymakers are rediscovering this old but still relevant, crucially relevant knowledge. I mean, it's interesting that, and I mentioned this in the introduction, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the Kenyan poet and writer, who refused to, or rather insisted upon writing in his indigenous dialect, as a way of preserving language. Why, as you mentioned that Kenya is changing its policies, and I imagine that is vis-a-vis the Maasai, for instance. What is it that brought about that? Can you say a little bit more about that? What inspired this enlightened view?
Well, groups like the Maasai, who are, suffering a horrendous drought right now, mm-hmm. There are some groups that are large enough to kind of make themselves heard. So the Maasai never stopped pushing back. And then you look at there was a self-reflection. So you look at people who study pastoralism archaeologically in Kenya. There were people who kind of looked at that reflection, who kind of reflected on the body of knowledge and said, wait a minute, we are carrying forth colonialist ideas. Mm-hmm. So you had from within the scientific community, people saying, wait a minute, we really should be listening to pastoralist groups because this knowledge base has been biased against them, in addition to pastoralist groups kind of advocating for themselves. So it's not all, peaches, there's still some challenges there. But I think that's the key for us as scientists coming in from the outside. We have to constantly check the colonial foundations of our discipline. And we have to be ready to use that knowledge to advocate for Indigenous voices and to advocate for people on the continent who have that knowledge and who have never really stopped advocating for themselves. You have to be strong allies in that.
Excellent. And I want to again call attention to the fact that you are working on a webinar that is going to be a resource for teachers to communicate this good knowledge to young people. And we're looking forward to that. And I want to thank you again. This is every time I have an opportunity to engage with you, I learn something profound. And I'm so glad that you're doing the work that you're doing. Thank you, Dr. Monroe.
Thank you for having me, Maura. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alama Sise. Today I'll be answering the question: if you have an understanding of reparations, why is it an important topic that like reparations should be brought up in school? I look at reparations from two different opinions. Some may think about it as just money, but I look at it as a new chance and a new opportunity. If you look at it as a new chance and a new opportunity, I feel like reparations is something that should be taught in school, because I feel, in honesty, no kid actually understands what reparations actually is. If it's not the money topic that they're looking at new chance and new ideas. New chance is something that, especially a community like Manhattan needs, especially in this school where I go to, where it's just a primarily black school. Some kids look at the way they're born as just their fate, like they were born into a bad community, a bad society, so their overall life is just going to be bad. But reparations is something that could teach the kids, like, there's more to life than just what you're surrounded by. It's what you could gain, what you could get, what you fight for. Reparations, you fight for it, you gain it, and you have to go out and speak for it. And if you never do that, you're never really going to get reparations. So I feel like it's something that should be taught in school, because you could get multiple different ideas. And I feel like, honestly, that's all what life is about. It's always evolving. It's always needing new opinions, new ideas. Kids in Manhattan need the reparations, not the money side of reparations, but more so the new chance side. Because if you grow up and you see the same thing every day, like you're coming to school, you don't like the neighborhood they're coming to school, and you see your same type every day, you really think it's nothing more to life than what you see every day. But once you step outside of that and you start to see there's differences to life, there's more than what you've been living for the past like 15 years, you're going to want more. And I feel like reparations is wanting more and getting more. For you to want more, you have to find a way to get it, and the only way that can happen is through reparations.
Hello, my name is Amaya Anderson. I'm from Harlem, New York. I would like to start by saying I feel like I personally don't know enough about reparations, and I think I should be taught more about it in school, and everyone should be taught more about it in school. During February is when we learn the most about Black history, and I feel like struggle is highlighted, or maybe the backstory or the communications, but I feel like reparations should be taught more, because without reparations, like, there's no progress made. I feel like there has been broken promises about reparations. I think the action should be put behind it if reparations are provided, and research should be done about who was taken from the most, or what was stolen. To me, reparations mean giving back what was stolen. I think people have it as money-based, but I think it's also about property, land. And reparations doesn't mean everything's fixed. Reparations means a start, and talking about reparations isn't the start. The action being put behind the reparations will be the start. I'm also a poet, and a line I stick by is, "This is not a reparation, it's a commemoration." And that's about seeing more Black representation, because just because you start to see representation does not mean that, oh, this is the start for everything. This is progress, but this should have originally have happened. So it's just a commemoration to those who didn't have the opportunity to see this.
So once again, we have some very insightful offerings from our young people about what reparations are, what they aren't, why we need them, and what we need to learn more about. So our exploration of the deep past was somewhat sabotaged, but stay tuned for the webinar, because as no doubt you were able to discern, Shayla Monroe, her research is rich and suggests to us the ways in which the human species and non-human species have gone through previous eras of climate change through a cooperation, and how, once again, it's human-induced policies and biases and prejudices that have been problematic. So now, what if we were to be told that in order to stop the globally systemic, what's referred to as the crisis multiplier effect of human-induced climate change, that we not only need reparations, but we need to remake the world. We need reparations in order to remake the world at scale, in order to address the global climate crisis. Well, that's what our next knowledge provider, producer, that's what he maintains. And so I am delighted to introduce to you Olufemi Taiwo, who is Associate Professor of Philosophy at Georgetown University. Professor Taiwo earned his PhD in philosophy at the University of California, Los Angeles. He has published in academic journals ranging from Public Affairs Quarterly, One Earth Philosophical Papers, and the American Philosophical Association newsletter, Philosophy and the Black Experience. Dr. Taiwo's theoretical work draws liberally from the Black radical tradition, anti-colonial thought, German transcendental philosophy, contemporary philosophy of language, contemporary social science, and histories of activism and activist thinkers. Now, I have to tell you, when I read that biography, although I had seen an article, Professor Taiwo came to my attention through an article that I read in the New Yorker magazine. I thought, oh my goodness, what he's talking about is so important, but is he going to be able to communicate with us ordinary mortals? And then I read Reconsidering Reparations, and I said, yes. This is a scholar, a deeply knowledgeable person, but who really wants to communicate broadly in order to address real problems. So Dr. Taiwo, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
We are so excited to have you. So one of the claims that you make is that, and you've written this, you've said that, quote, the global climate crisis is existential, and especially for Black and Indigenous peoples. And then you've gone on to say that, quote, in our era, climate justice and reparations are the same project. and that any politically serious reparations project has to focus on climate change. So can you break these claims down for us, especially for the young people in the audience? How is it that addressing the climate crisis and reparations are, as you put it, the same project?
So I think to think through this, it's really helpful to reflect on everything that Dr. Monroe was just explaining about what I guess you could call a version of climate change that happened in the African continent, right? The desiccation of the Sahara, change to what the environment looked like, what ways of living, whether it was pastoralism or something more agricultural, what ways were possible, right? The environment is changing, the ground is getting drier, and people who are used to living life one way can't live life that way anymore, at least in the exact place that they were living that way before, and they have to move. And what she's finding from the anthropological evidence is that the movement of people, there were norms in place, there were cultures in place, there were practices that allowed people to move, allowed whole populations, whole groups of people to move from places that were being depopulated to places that were getting more and more people living there. Those involved social networks, those involved communal understandings of who was allowed to live places, who was allowed to move. And it's because those structures were in place, those cultural attitudes, those practices, those norms, that when a climate crisis happened thousands of years ago, it didn't necessarily result in mass death and mass violence. There were peaceful ways of changing who lived where. Now look at our world. Imagine that kind of calamity in our world, which, by the way, is one of the predictions scientists are making about the climate crisis, that large parts of the world where people live now are going to be more and more difficult for people to live. People are going to be displaced, and they're going to have to find other places to go. Now we have border walls and border security regimes, and we have institutions like ICE that throw people in detention centers and camps and that point guns at people when they need to move. And that's not something that's just especially true about movement. In general, we've built the world in a way where the rich parts of the world think of themselves as fortresses to try to keep out people from poorer parts of the world, and especially Black people wherever they are on the planet. And that's the kind of political situation that we're heading to into the 21st century. And that's what we have to deal with. So when we talk about reparations, when we talk about trying to make changes to the world based on what's happened in the past, that's the future we're heading towards.
So one of the, you perhaps you heard one of the Harlem Village Academy students say that reparations aren't just about money, which is really the way that in mainstream media in particular, contemporaneously, we've tended to hear about reparations, that, you know, somebody's going to get a check, somebody's going to cut a check. Is she on to something? Is reparations more than money? And of course, I'm asking rhetorically because your own work delves into previous generations that have advocated reparations and how they've thought about it.
Yeah, I think that student is definitely right. But I think, you know, it's important to frame it carefully, right? Some people, when you say reparations is not just about money, they hear, oh, reparations is really about apologies, or it's about making amends, or it's about getting right with God or something, on behalf of the people that are connected to harm-doing institutions. And that's not the way that I think about it. The way I think about it is, money plus. Money is going to be involved, but what are individuals, households, governments going to do with the money that moves from the corporations and countries that have hoarded it to, the people that have been plundered from, right? What is it that we're going to do with the resources that are being redistributed? And I was really struck by something Alama said. I believe that's the name of the student who spoke first in the video that played just before this, that, something that demonstrates the need for new chances and new opportunities, which is connected to how that student thinks of reparations, is what it is that people see around them every day, right? Which isn't necessarily an Excel spreadsheet saying how much everybody makes, but is probably stuff like infrastructure that doesn't work, people who have to work hours that are, that stress them out and make it more difficult for them to, relate to people around them in a way that isn't constantly being hurt by stress, like those things, those aspects of what people's environment is like, is what communicates to people, what it means to be working class. That's what it communicates to people, what they can expect in life, and which people the world and the power structures care about, and which people are just here to work for everybody else. And I think it's important to keep the importance of moving money in mind while still being committed to, we have to actually change what people's environment is like, and not in this kind of spiritual, rhetorical way, but really literally change what their housing is like, what transportation is like. And that's the kind of changes I'm talking about when I say, frighteningly large things like we should remake the world.
So one of the things that you stress, and we touched upon this early at the very beginning in the remarks of Dr. Dorinda Carter Andrews, who did our keynote, that in order to understand why some parts of the world consistently appear to be better off than others, and the other parts of the world, Africa in particular, appear to be in a constant state of desperation, that we have to understand that this is not the natural order of things, that in the current world system was built on something you call the global racial empire. And again, we touched on this earlier. And that it's essential that we understand this history. And I so admire, as a historian, the way you put this. And I'm quoting heavily from this beautiful book, which I think should be assigned to high school students. You say, quote, "History is not merely an interesting point of comparison for our contemporary problems. Everything we experience happens in the flow of time from past to present to future. And so when we struggle to stay afloat in the present, to access healthcare, to secure food, to form healthy relationships, we are swimming among the currents of history," unquote. And you draw a striking and I think enormously helpful analogy. You say, quote, "We can look at the politico-economic system of the world as something like a water management system, a web of aqueducts that span the globe, channeling instead of water, advantages and disadvantages from one place to another. The stones of the aqueducts that conduct and discipline the continuous motion of the past into the future were laid in the 17th, 18th, and 19th century." And you encapsulate the ongoing impact of this global political economic system as that of cumulative advantage and cumulative disadvantage. Can you say a little bit more about how this works?
Everything that we deal with in our current world started somewhere. The institutions that we're in, the countries that those institutions are in, those things were created at points in time. And the resources that they use, the wealth that's in those countries, as a result of the wealth, the budgets that those institutions have to work with, all those things are built up over time. And the things that explain how much they built over time are the things that explain our present circumstances. One of the examples I actually use in the book is Georgetown, which is where I'm employed, which is, the story of how I pay rent. It's the story of, how it is that I access, audiences like this one, right? The story of why it is that a publisher would agree to publish my book, and why, and part of why people would agree to look at whatever it says. That happens because of the same things that explain the beginning of this country. Georgetown is in roughly the region where the Jamestown colony was, that started what became the United States. When Georgetown was a very young school, it sold 272 enslaved Africans to help keep itself afloat. And over the years, it's continued to build buildings, build relationships, acquire funding. And that's the thing that explains, the institution as we find it now. Countries are like that. Organizations are like that. And in general, the world is like that. What the world is built on is slavery on a scale much larger than, Georgetown, which is just one example of this much larger thing in history. Millions of people trafficked across the Atlantic Ocean, trade networks built across the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, all the world's oceans, all the world's populated continents, brought together in systems and networks of trade and economics and politics. And it's because of how those connections were built that explain which countries are rich and which countries are poor, that explain which organizations have lots of resources and which have less resources, that explain why some schools have lots of advantages and other schools don't, whether we're talking about high schools or colleges or kindergartens. And I think those are the that's the scale that I think is helpful to think about when thinking about remaking the world and thinking about climate justice.
So I want to step back a moment and highlight the fact that you're a philosopher.
Yeah.
And so what was it that brought you to this subject as a philosopher? And we in this convening, we like to know people's backstory. We're not just interested in where you went to school and what degrees you earned. We're interested in you as a member of the African diaspora, indeed the more recent iteration of the African diaspora, given that your parents are African born, I believe. What was it like for you as a young Black boy in school? What was it that led you on this journey and to become a philosopher and then to grapple with this particular topic? and to see a close connection between, an inextricable connection, as I understand it, between addressing the climate crisis and reparations.
So I grew up in the Midwest. My parents came here in the 80s. They were born during the British colonial domination of Nigeria. So myself, my siblings, were the first generation to be born after independence of our family, at least. And from a young age, I think my first philosophical question was why we were here, right? I think my parents gave me the impression that, you know, there was at least a time where they thought that Nigeria was going to progress in a different direction than it did. But there was a civil war. There were a number of military coups. Things deteriorated. And so, you know, we weren't the only ones. There was a big Nigerian American community where I grew up. So on the one hand, there were lots of white people, lots of African American people, and then this Nigerian American community, all of which I'm interacting with as I grow up in the US. And, you know, even at a young age, it seemed like these three worlds are different. The expectations are different. Where they understand themselves in the world is different. How they understand history is different. And so a lot of the kind of curiosity that ended up pushing me in the direction of studying philosophy when I got earlier was just me trying to make sense of my own life in, you know, I think a fairly kind of normal way. Why is it that these people think this and those people think that? But as I got older, I grew more and more dissatisfied with the kinds of explanations that people were giving me about those questions. You know, there was a lot of racism. So, you know, racists have one set of answers as to why it is that those people act like that and these people act like this. But there are lots of other kinds of bigotry as well. But more than bigotry, there just, I think, was a lack of curiosity. People just accepted it as a fact of the world that people were different from each other, and some people had higher levels of poverty and incarceration and dealt with more health problems, and people just didn't try to answer the question of why that was. And when I took classes in, you know, the sorts of things that might seem like, the sorts of fields that might seem like they study why it is that different people get treated differently, my economics classes, I didn't find the answers in my political science classes when I was in college. And so I figured I started studying philosophy because I thought, well, at least there you get to question the assumptions behind whatever it is you're studying, as opposed to an economics class where they just build the assumptions into the math and then make you do math or something like that. And then, as some of you might know, philosophy wasn't necessarily any more interested in the questions I was asking about the history of the world or Black people than economics was or political science was. But I at least had the space to ask those questions myself, even if my colleagues weren't always asking the exact same questions I was. And that's kind of how I ended up where I ended up.
And so I took note that one of your inspirations was Charles Mills, the Jamaican-born philosopher who wrote The Racial Contract, which I encountered sometime, and I read it, and didn't understand most of it, but I intuited what he was getting across, which was that these structures, and I think this is where you were going, more than bigotry. There's a global structure that even if today everybody stopped being bigoted, is such that these cumulative disadvantages and cumulative advantages will flow in certain directions. So I have that right?
That's exactly right. Charles Mills is, of course, has a really famous, in my field, philosophy, a really famous discussion of this kind of thing. There have been other authors. A historian, Eric Williams, who's Trinidadian, said a lot about this. African American scholars, Huey Newton, who was obviously a Panther. There's been a lot of places where I've learned a different way of thinking about how the world is put together that isn't so based on deciding which people are bad people or which people discriminate or which people think less of other people. And obviously racism in the sense of bigotry, discrimination, thinking less of people, obviously that's everywhere. It just doesn't explain all by itself all the things that happen in the world and why the world works the way that it does. And so I think kind of holding on to our opposition to racism in the sense of racial discrimination, while also paying attention to, well, how is it that banks work, right? How is it that our laws function or don't function on an international basis? What even is international law? Those kinds of questions that aren't necessarily about what any person deep in their heart feels about people from Africa or the Caribbean or African Americans or anyone, but that are deeply tied to what life is like for all of those people. Asking and trying to answer some of those systemic questions is, what I've been spending the last few years doing my best at trying to do.
And so one of your big solution is that we have to remake the world, and that reparations is the way to do that. And you also say, but that's so overwhelming. I mean, how do we do that? What do you say to those Harlem Village Academy students say, remake the world? What are you talking about? And I want to get to being a good ancestor, but if you could start first with that, how do we remake the world? What do you mean by that?
So again, I want to give credit to the first student who spoke in the video that played right before this. Alama, I think was their name, who was talking about their surroundings, like what it is that a student going to school might see on the way to school, right? What are the working conditions of the adults that they're hanging around? Do those people, feel rested and ready to be their best selves, or are those people on their 30th hour of, their second job? Right? Do they see transportation systems that work and that are free and easy to access for everyone? Or do they see people, who are trying to jump turnstiles because they can't afford the fare and being chased down by cops, right? All these little things, which just seem like isolated parts of the world, add up to this total experience of, how a student going to school might see themselves in the world. And none of those things are about ideas. None of those things are just, purely attitudes or impressions that the student has. They're actual things that they might see when they're going to school. They're actual transportation systems. They are actual working conditions. And what I'm trying to say is that those are the things that we need to change. That's the kind of thing that we need to change, not who's apologized to whom, but actually in concrete ways, how the world is put together if we want to tackle the climate crisis. To be a little more specific, often when people think about reparations, they think about checks, right? Somebody gets a check in the mail for an amount of money, and that money represents something about the oppression that their ancestors went through, which would include slavery and lots of other aspects of racial domination, in this case in the US, but the Caribbean is also pushing for this as well. And I think all those are good impulses. But I think we can think more holistically about what it is that needs to be done. And I don't want to skew too much in the policy direction. But if we changed how much funding goes towards redoing infrastructure around the world and who's on the hook for paying that funding, both funding towards Black communities in the United States and in the Caribbean and on the continent and in South America and wherever else around the world people are. I think those sorts of transformative investments would be the kinds of things that would fit under remaking the world. But the other main category of thing, besides building hospitals and transportation networks and giving people money, which absolutely should be, part of what we push for, is changing how the decisions get made about all of the above. Right now, we have political structures that let small classes of people decide functionally what it's going to be like for a student going to school in Harlem, right? Decide, a small council of city council people and state senators that meet in Albany, New York, and Congress people that meet in Washington, D.C., functionally decide what a student is going to see when they get out of bed in Manhattan and go outside and try to go to school every day. And I think there are so many ways for lobbyists and corporations and, narrow, private, rich people interests to get their hooks in on the people that make all those decisions and steer those decisions in ways that, tell some kids that they aren't worth anything and tell other kids that they're worth the world. I think a better decision-making format would be more democratic, more participatory, and I think decision-making that was more democratic and more participatory would probably be more fair. And this isn't some, pie in the sky idealism. In fact, there are things like participatory budgeting, where which was pioneered by the Brazilian Workers' Party, where people got together in like a town hall and decided and just decided in a group how the city's money was going to be spent. In fact, in New York, this is being done on an extremely small scale, but it could be done on a much larger scale. It could be done, in fact, with all of the city money rather than, a few percentage points of a percentage point of the city's overall budget. And if we made decisions that way, I guess that the NYPD wouldn't have one of the top 10 defense budgets in the world as it currently has now. I would think that there would be much more fair distributions of public resources if we let people actually decide rather than functionally letting rich people decide. So it is about moving money, but it's also about moving political power in direct ways. And I think you put those two things together and you get a recipe for remaking the world.
So what do you mean by being a good ancestor? And I mean, to whom does that prescription apply?
I think it applies to all of us. So say the vision that I was just kind of sketching, the idea that money gets moved from the rich parts of the world to poorer parts of the world, from the white parts of the world to blacker parts of the world, and not just money, but decision-making powers. So we meet in town halls across the US and the Caribbean and the African continent, and it's those kind of community formats that end up deciding not just how much money is moving and where it's moving, but what we're going to do when the money and labor hours and knowledge resources arrive. How should we make those decisions? Right? What should we do with that power? And I think part of what we are kind of forced into doing because of how quickly, especially in this country, in the United States, how quickly things can go badly for us, how quickly people can lose their homes, how quickly people can lose their healthcare. We're forced into this kind of short-term mindset where we're thinking about living paycheck to paycheck and making decisions paycheck to paycheck. But the kind of culture that Dr. Monroe was describing just a few moments ago was a culture where people were thinking across generations. How do we manage these cattle? How do we manage this water in a way that makes sure that my children and my children's children and their children are going to have sustainable access to those things? What kind of knowledge do we need to build so that we can preserve everything that we want for ourselves, for everyone that comes after us? Whether there are biological children or just the people that come after us that we feel a sense of responsibility to. And I think when we make decisions from that kind of mind frame, with that kind of long view, in indigenous studies, they sometimes talk about the 7 generations model, where you think about 7 generations before you and 7 generations after, however it is that we frame it. How is it that we get into that mindset, and not just get into that mindset, but actually make the decisions and manage the world around us in a way that is sustainable, that does preserve the world and the possibility of living in a healthy and flourishing fashion for all the people that come after us? That mindset is thinking like an ancestor, but acting like an ancestor, doing the things that maintain the health of our soil and air and water and institutions. Acting like an ancestor in that sense is what's important to me.
That's beautiful. Who did you write this book for? You heard me say that high school students should be assigned it. I know that for some scholars, they would not appreciate that as the compliment that I intended to be. But who did you write it for?
I was really, I take it as a compliment. I take it as the highest compliment because I felt like I was writing it for people who are students now, and the way that I wrote it, the way that I tried to write it for people who are students now is by thinking, what was it that I needed when I was a student? So we talked a little bit earlier about me trying to figure out the world around me and figure out my place in it, and studying all of these things in high school and college and not really feeling as though I found something that spoke to the questions that I was asking about the world, or that gave me the language or the ideas of where to look to, start to try to figure those things out for myself. And that's my hope with the book, not necessarily that, students now are brilliant in so many ways that I couldn't possibly anticipate, and will think of things I didn't think of, and will have different opinions from me, and all that is fine. But I just wanted to, my hope was to write a book that could start a conversation, that students who have these sorts of questions about what reparations is like, how climate is changing, the possibilities for justice, can have somewhere to start and think about what kinds of history would be involved in tackling that question, can think about what kinds of philosophical and political perspectives might be part of thinking through that question, and have something that brings all those different things together.
And do you have any advice for teachers, for how they can best utilize and pass on and the knowledge to their students, from your book and from other resources? We've had educators. We had our keynote, Dr. Dorinda Carter Andrews, who is the dean of the School of Education at Michigan State, and an extraordinarily committed and effective educator of K through 12 herself. What do you, as a scholar in the academy, what useful suggestions can you make to educators at the K through 12 level?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I would love to hear from K through 12 educators about what they make of it, right? And get some advice from them about, what those of us who are in higher ed should be producing, and what would be helpful, and what is working in your classrooms. But I will say, my sense is that what reaches students is extremely local. And so pairing this big picture, global, planetary scale stuff with, in your neighborhood, this is what the trees look like now, and here's what they looked like 40 years ago. Here is why your neighborhood this summer is hotter and more dangerous in a heat wave than the neighborhood over there. Here is the history of that, and not just, pointing out that they have trees and you don't, but here's why. I think I think my experience in classrooms is that when it gets that local, people understand that the global picture of things isn't actually an abstraction. It actually is the same thing as the local thing. It's just harder to find, visual experience level examples of, something that large. So if you give them something smaller, and something that matters in their own lives, they might have more patience with some of the big picture stuff.
Well, now you said something at the beginning of this response that was very intriguing. You said that you were interested in learning from K through 12 educators about, which quite frankly is refreshing. And you know, we're going to try to take you up on that.
Please.
You know, what is your sense of your colleagues in the academy? There's all this wonderful knowledge being produced. And one of the frustrations that I hear from K through 12 educators repeatedly is that they don't have a sense that scholars in the academy care about what they do. And as you're probably aware, educators in K through 12, they are, I mean, you know, we know that there are political pressures being exerted on educators at all levels, but K through 12,
Yeah.
my goodness. So what do you say to your colleagues? You know, what's your assessment? Is the perception that not enough of them are interested in what happens at that level? Is that accurate? Or are there structures that they're bound by? And how might we overcome these barriers?
I think it's both. So I think there are structures that we're bound by as folks who teach at the college or university level, that are kind of designed to curb our attention, right? We have to produce papers, which you know, submitting a paper to an academic journal means paying a lot of meticulous attention to what you think other people in your field at your level are doing, and that kind of shuts off the rest of the world. But I think even considering that, we should be paying way more attention, and we should be way more concerned with what's happening at the K through 12 level, especially those of us who are studying climate politics, because we know that, you know, the people who are in K through 12 now are having their future decided by the things that we're failing to do now. And so we should be very concerned with how, you know, the people whose job it is to educate young folks are thinking, and we should be, you know, in line with them and in solidarity with them. And I think one of the things that might help build those kinds of connections is challenging the kind of exceptional culture that you have in higher ed. You know, I think higher ed, my experience of higher ed is that there's a lot of people who are very reluctant to think of themselves as workers, you know, to think of themselves as doing a job, right? You know, we're doing our special creative projects, and we just happen to get money for doing that, and the university just happens to get money for allowing us to do these things, and because we don't think of ourselves as workers, that helps us by this artificial distinction between, you know, what we're doing and what K through 12 teachers are doing, when in fact we're all doing the thing of educating and trying to instill knowledge and values into the people who we will pass the baton to, whose job it will be to run the world, you know, after us, thinking like ancestors, right? And every society, if it's going to survive and, you know, be worth surviving, needs to take that seriously. And if we thought of ourselves as workers, we would notice that K through 12 teachers are at the forefront of the labor movement right now. It's some of the most exciting things that are happening in defending the rights of workers are being advanced by teachers unions. And whether it's the teachers unions in Los Angeles or in Chicago or West Virginia, they've not only shown an ability to fight for themselves, but to fight for their students and to fight for the communities that their students come from. And, you know, the more we college and university level educators can learn from the K through 12 example on that, I think the easier it will be to change our mindset when it comes to education itself.
Have you seen this have you seen, are you aware of alliances of like this taking place anywhere in higher ed and K through 12 that you can point us to? If you're not, I mean.
Yeah, so my understanding is that a lot of Rutgers is a particularly good example of this. There's a faculty union there that is not just representing faculty, but is in coalition with adjuncts and graduate workers and staff workers of other kinds on the campus. And they've, made it their business to show up for other kinds of educators, even outside of Rutgers. That's the example that's coming to mind right now. But I think, I wish I had 10 examples, right? I wish this was the norm in academic culture, and I think it's going to take some work for us to get there.
Is there anything that I haven't asked you that you would like to answer, Professor Taiwo? Again, we're gonna be coming back to you.
There was one other thing that I wanted to point out about the way that I think about remaking the world, which is just that I mean that literally, and because I mean that literally, I don't think, I don't think it's as impossible as it might seem. I think it's impossible if you're thinking remaking the world means me right here doing the whole thing, right? Me right here destroying all the divisions between countries and me upending all the world's legislatures. Jeff Bezos couldn't do that, much less, much less most of us who don't have $1 trillion or whatever. But anybody can plant a tree, right? That is a literal, concrete, physical change to what something around you is like. That, changes a section of the world, right? Maybe more ambitiously, a small group of people can change an institution, can start an energy initiative, can do an investigation of a corrupt company, can, there are things that we can do to change what our actual physical surroundings are like and what our institutional surroundings are like, how our city council functions, or whether or not there's a mutual aid network, or whether or not there's an audience of people reading the investigations of the city council to make sure those people are held accountable. There are measurable changes we can make to the world around us that on their own are not going to remake the entire planet, but can be part of that. And so I think having a lofty goal doesn't mean giving up on the smaller goals. In fact, the only way you could possibly get to the big goal is by doing some of the smaller things. And so I always try to make sure to get that point across. Now, I'm not trying to tell people to despair when I emphasize how big the struggle is. I'm trying to do the opposite. I'm trying to show people how many opportunities they have to do something that would be part of the big goal of changing the planet. You have a planet-sized set of possibilities to get started.
Professor Taiwo, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm in the process of recharging my computer so we don't have another technological snafu. But this has been a rich conversation. Again, be forewarned, we're going to be coming back to you
Please.
To continue it. We now, once you're part of an AAI community forever, you're part of an AAI community. Thank you so much for your work and for your contribution. And we look forward to continuing this conversation.
Thanks so much, everybody.
I keep saying I'm delighted, and that's because I've just been delighted this entire conference. And that's not gilding the lily. I am truly excited to introduce this next panel. At several times listening to the educators, I've been thinking, boy, oh, if only I had teachers like that. And there's no doubt in my mind that a similar sentiment will occur to me in this next session. We talked about how to advance the goal of encouraging critical inquiry at all ages and educational levels in this virtual conference, that we were going to explore how K-12 education can better serve students by exposing them to topical issues such as climate change and reparations in ways that increase their knowledge and their achievement. So during the session that follows, Michigan educators are going to describe how AAI has been working with them, helping to support their work with students as part of an ongoing program partnership. The connections that are being made between student achievement and teaching that centers Africa and its worldwide diaspora will be explored. We have joining us Dr. Letha Hopkins Powell, who is the principal at Whitman Elementary in Pontiac School District. Dr. Powell earned a doctorate in educational leadership and policy studies and is an education specialist in administration and has an MA in elementary education and a Bachelor of Science in television production. So this is an all-around educator, and she's been with the Pontiac School District for 17 years. She is an accomplished Pontiac School District alumna with 31 years of classroom teaching experience. And by pursuing lifelong learning, Dr. Hopkins Powell intends to be an example to students and teachers that none of us should ever stop learning. And Lindsay Helfman is a social studies teacher at the school at Marygrove in Detroit, Michigan. And she completed a master's in education from the University of Michigan. She's a newly minted teacher, and for the past 2 years, she has taught high school world history and legal studies. She's a passionate advocate for local history and project-based learning. So here we have an educator who's doing precisely what Professor Olufemi Taiwo was advocating in the classroom. She believes that democratic education empowers students to change the world for the better. Oh yes, this is education as a practice of freedom. And our very own Dr. Olivia Lynch is an experienced educator in New York, California, and throughout the United States. Multifaceted, talented educator, deeply committed, has successfully served as a teacher, principal, director, superintendent, a leader of educational organizations, professor of education, and an educational consultant. Dr. Lynch deeply knows and believes that education is key in promoting positive life outcomes for all human beings. Her research, knowledge, domain, and writing include school reform, innovation, educational leadership, curriculum design, pedagogy, English language learners, and culturally responsive teaching and learning practices. She was born in Panama City, Panama, and immigrated to the United States when her family, when she was 10 years old. And I will share, just by the way, that she was a high school student of Evelyn Jones Rich, who Kofi Apenteng mentioned in the introduction, who was one of the pioneers of AAI's school services program. She earned her BA from NYU, MA from Adelphi, and doctorate of education from Mills College, and is the recipient of Revson Fellowship from Columbia University, and innumerable other awards. So this panel is not going to be focused on climate change and reparations, but on the brass tacks of what is required in order to create environments in which young people can learn and thrive and achieve in the midst of climate change and in the face of calls for reparations, but really regardless of what the subject matter happens to be. So welcome, Dr. Hopkins Powell, Ms. Helfman, and Dr. Lynch.
Hi, I'm Olivia Lynch. I am really honored to be here. I was saying earlier, I'm in my second best room. My first best room is in the classroom with students. The second is with the practitioners who work with them. And I'm going to allow them to talk to you about themselves, because how we view ourselves is actually who we are, much more so than anything anyone can say about us. So I will quickly just introduce and have each participant say something about themselves. So Dr. Powell, would you be kind enough to introduce yourself your own way, and then share a belief or philosophy that you have about education and the students you serve?
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Letha Hopkins Powell. I am the principal at Walt Whitman Elementary, located here in Pontiac, Michigan. It is my pleasure to be a part of this wonderful conference. I'm proud to say that I am alumni of the Pontiac School District. I was born and raised here in Pontiac and went through Pontiac School. I was a classroom teacher for 31 years, and I will always be a teacher at heart because I have a passion for teaching and learning. My philosophy is I have very high expectations for all students. I truly believe all students can learn when there's effective teaching strategies provided to them. I think you can also, I also talk about my philosophy is about the love that I have for students. I believe that every kid can be successful when they truly know that you love them and you care about them being successful. I also believe what my philosophy is when students are provided, as I said earlier, that rigorous curriculum and meaningful instruction in a well-structured learning environment, they will meet that expectation. So this is why I say that I do have high expectations for all students. And that is my philosophy of education.
Thank you, Dr. Powell. Ms. Helfman, could you introduce yourself and share a little bit about your thinking about this great profession of ours?
Of course. Good evening, everyone. I'm honored to be here among educators, especially, I think, in this moment, for the reasons mentioned with climate change and reparations. Educating kids is more important than almost any charge that we have. I am a new history teacher, a new high school teacher. It's my second year in the profession. Before that, I had ambitions to be an academic historian, but I realized that my true passion was working with kids and helping them see the importance that history has for helping them understand the world and their connections to each other. The most important philosophy for me as a teacher has always been about connections. I think it's critically important to build connections to the material for students, especially when we're talking about history and we're dealing with young people who've only been here for a minute. They don't have a great sense of the past and the weight of it. So helping them find ways to connect with that and to see themselves in it, especially for my students. I teach at a majority Black school. And the history curriculum set by our state standards is improving, but doesn't really reflect the history of their families and a lot of their interests, which are learning about connections to places like Africa and its importance for world history. So helping them see those connections has been really important to me. And also, like Dr. Hopkins Paul said, just connections to us as people and to each other as people. We like to say in K through 12 education that we're teachers of kids first and content second, because they're not going to learn if they don't believe and know that you love and care about them. I wouldn't. And so it's important for them to help feel a sense of community and belonging as we learn about the world together.
Thank you. Well, this is called a round table. Were we in the same room, we would be sitting around a table talking. However, we are virtual, but we're going to keep that same spirit of a beautiful conversation. Dr. Powell, I would love for you to share practices that foster a student trust and academic success, specifically practices in connection with Black students and other students of color. What practices do you have in your school that foster trust and academic success? Can you be specific as you share them with us and give us a picture of what that looks like in your space?
Yes. So one of the things that I truly believe that's so important is that I have an open door policy. Okay. They know that they can come to me, and Whitman is a K through 5 school. So you're talking kindergarten through 5th. They know they can come to me any time of the day, that if there's something that they're not happy with or they've had a problem in the classroom, my door is open. And I take the time to listen. If a student's on 10, first thing I say to them, okay, so tell me what's going on and what happened. Okay. So again, as I said, I maintain that open door policy, just making sure that they know that I care, making sure know that if there's something wrong, they can come to me. And as I share with my staff, that it's so important that we have to understand who they are and know that whatever comes through that door, we can make a difference. Okay, Dr. Lynch, in that I work hard to sustain our warm climate and culture in the building. Whether it's a birthday celebration, we go through in the morning, we announce the students' birthdays, we announce the staff birthdays. I share with the teachers the importance of building a relationship with students and the importance of having that relationship. It opens up a sense of trust with our students, I should say. Okay. So that's one of the things that we do. Another thing that we talk about when necessary is if I have to cover a classroom, I cover a classroom. I ride the bus. As you all know, that it's a bus shortage everywhere throughout the United States. So there's times that I have to ride the bus home because they have a driver who's not familiar with the route. And that has happened several times. Yes, it has. I thought I was going to have to end up driving the bus, but I didn't.
Yes. I want to say in the past you have shared a really magical and academic practice that you have in your school, and that's about your connections to community and partners, and how that led to the creation by you or your students of a book club. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So yes, I have a 4th grade student, and you're going to get those students who are so outgoing. And she came to me and she says, Dr. Powell, I would love for us to start a book club. So in the midst of that, I have a partnership with Read to a Child, and Read to a Child is a nonprofit partnership that that's work with children with literacy. Okay, so what they do, they come every Wednesday and they read with our kindergarten through second grade students during their lunch period. Okay, so one of the volunteers there that's with Read to a Child, she reached out to me and she says, Dr. Powell, I hear one of your students would like to have a book club. And she said, that's so good that, you take time to listen to them. And I said, yes. So with that partnership with Reach Your Child, one of the volunteers came in, and they chose the book. The title of the book was Twins. And the author of the book, she reached out to him, the volunteer did. He flew in from Chicago to come and sign the book. And he was a twin. He's a twin of a twin. So it was really interesting. And just to see the students engaged in the book, because it taught them about character education, how good the character says who you are. So being honest and open and trustworthy. She kind of went through the 9 traits of character education with them, and he talked about building a good character. Also, he talked to them about how they can become an author. So with that right there, it gave them a sense of connection, as learning to how I can see myself as an author now. Also, Dr. Lynch, I had the Links, which is another nonprofit organization. They came in and worked with the 3rd graders, and the name of the book that they did was Nothing Special. The author of that book, she came in and she read the book to the students, and then we got together and we provided a writing assignment for the students to do. And the book talks about a special time with their grandparent. So we had the students to write about a time that you really enjoyed with your grandparent. The illustrations of the kids did was just beautiful. And just to see that sense of connection, that something they could connect to, that they could relate to the times that they spent with their grandparents. Or not only just a grandparent, it could have been a mom or a sister. But having that book and reading that book to them, it showed them that they could become an author just like the author of the book The Twins, and also Nothing Special. So it was a learning experience for my students, and they enjoyed it. I was just so happy to see them engaged. Yes.
I'm going to come back to you, because one of the things you haven't mentioned, but hopefully you mention at the next round, is how this was connected to students of color. Who were the people that visited? And I hope you share with us. But I want to go to Ms. Huffman now.
Okay.
Ms. Huffman, so I would love for you to share, because I know you have a lot of practices that foster academic success and trust for your high school students.
Mm-hmm. Well, connection, again, is just at the center of everything we do in the classroom. And one of the things that creating an environment where they can be connected to the material requires is that we as educators give up a little bit of control. Like, it should be their space as much as it is our space. So for me, that means creating a lot of opportunities for them to shape the directions we're going to go in the class. It starts with as simple as allowing them to share their interests and to build background knowledge together as a class. Because we, in the Michigan school system, right, my students have all come through, just like I did coming up, the public education system. There have been a lot of gaps at school in what we learn about. And in particular, it tends to be pretty Eurocentric when it comes to topics like world history. So a lot of my students, their knowledge about the wider world, and especially their knowledge about Africa, has come from their families who've done like a lot of efforts to take their kids to museums and just tell stories and educate them and get them excited about their connection to the past. So creating that room at the beginning of a unit for them to bring in that kind of knowledge and let them be the experts allows them already to start feeling a part and connected to the class. I continue that by allowing them choice within the units we study to explore those topics further. An example of that right now, they just finished up a unit on Afro-Eurasia during the era of the Silk Roads. And our main project was to create a travel guide. They were fascinating. There was a crazy fantasy premise that they came up with that you fall back into the past through these various devices, and then you need a guide so you, modern person, can understand how to navigate 1,000 years ago back in the past. And I allowed the students to pick the stops. And this gave them the opportunity to look in regions of the world that they might be curious about, and to learn how to actually find out more and answer the questions that they brought to the project. I had some students do fantastic projects on Mali, the Mali Empire, where they were just stunned to learn about the history of griots, and that history was once sung to people and passed down locally, and now is connected to popular culture and music in America. I had other students who love K-pop choose to focus on Korea and its role, or its sort of relationship with China, especially the Song Dynasty. So it just allows them to own the material, which again fosters that connection. The final thing that I do is I myself have to do a lot of learning and research because of the gaps in my own education. So I study what we're supposed to learn. I try to meet my learning objectives, but I also go out and with the help and advice of Dr. Lynch, have been able to learn exciting things about the past in parts of the world that were skipped over and bring them to my students.
Sounds fabulous. So, Dr. Powell, tell us a little bit about how your partnership with AAI has allowed you, with the African American Institute, has allowed you to kind of meet your goals. What does that partnership entail? Can you give us some details?
Yes, so I have been truly blessed to have the AAI as a partnership, and having Dr. Lynch as my consultant. And when it relates to, because we're in the we implemented a new, I want to say new, this is like our second year into the Wit and Wisdom reading series that we have. And then also the principal, as a principal, I have provided the teachers with, on Saturdays, we do a Saturday Institute. So as a part of our Saturday Institute, Dr. Lynch, with the, we started a book study with Soretta Hammond book on teaching, culturally responsive teaching in the brain. And this is to help teachers, and it actually just to help teachers understand do they really know who their students are and what strategies they can use to help our students, African American population students, be successful. And one of the things she talked about, one of the strategies is just getting to know your students. So even during our morning announcement, after I end my morning announcement in a positive way, and I tell the students every morning, if no one didn't tell you they love you today, know that I love you. And just taking, that was one of the strategies she talked about in her book, is building a relationship. And this is how the staff I've seen a change in the staff as being positive in building a positive relationship with your students, not only the students, but with other staff in the building.
Will you talk a little bit about the books and your teacher assistants? Yes.
So kindergarten through second grade, as you all know, is the basic foundation. It's the most important foundation as a student coming into school. So with that said, with having this AAI as my partnership, they have provided kindergarten through second grade classes with a teacher assistant. Okay. And actually, I go through, so far I have one now that's been there maybe almost a month now. I interviewed one yesterday, and she is just so excited to become a part of Whitman family. I explained to her, how we look at data, and data drives instruction. And what our goal is to close that gap in kindergarten through second grade, to ensure that all of our students, kindergarten through second grade, have that basic foundation skills needed to move to third grade. So hopefully after this upcoming week, I'll have 2 teacher assistants, and one will cover, because I have 3 second grade classrooms. So I have second grade covered, and the new teacher assistant that we're going to bring on board, she'll be working with the first grade students. So I want to thank you, AAI, for providing this opportunity for our students. I wanted to go back, Dr. Lynch, if you didn't mind, to talk about the two books that the students, for as a book club with the author, the twins. I think it's very important that students now that I have to see people who look like them, and they can make their real life connection. You know, and in the story, Nothing Special, she talked about having it was some of the things that she mentioned in the book, and when she met with the students, what was it, the crab cake, and she talked about, how many of you have been fishing? And majority of them raised their hand, but it's just they were more fascinated and more engaged, I should say, in the illustration of seeing people who look like them, and that, you know what, here's an opportunity. I can become a writer. It was amazing. I was just very elated to see them really engage in the book. The book were twins. It talked about the two brothers, how they didn't get along at first, but then they, because they were twins, everybody thought they were going to be the same, but they wasn't. So, and then, and then again, going back to make that real life connection. When you have students that can make the connection, that increases their comprehension, and that increases their joy for reading.
Can you tell a little bit about the impact of the multicultural books on your teachers and on the students?
So also with the support of AAI, they purchased, AAI. They purchased, the teachers had an opportunity, they received $300 each teacher to purchase multicultural books for their library that they currently have. And Miss Cheney, who is my ESL teacher also, the books that she purchased, when the students come to her, because she kind of does a pull out with the kids, her ESL student. And so she came in, and Dr. Lynch, she was just so excited. She says, "Oh my God, please tell Dr. Lynch, thank you, thank you." And I said, "You know what, you received a book." She's like, when you can see a kid in second grade to come in, and when they do go to her class, they grab their book and they can actually read the book. And these are, some of them are monolingual, but they're bilingual students also in her class. And they sit there, and you sit there, and they can actually read, and you see that smile on their face. Yes, Doctor. And it was just amazing. And just to walk in, when I do my walkthroughs, to see that the multicultural library is being used by all of the students, and the teachers are reading, they read aloud. So
that's so great. Thank you. So Ms. Helfman, could you tell us about some of the the sharing that we have done and the impact that it's had on your teaching and on your students?
Oh yeah, it's like, I know we all just want to give you your flowers, Dr. Lynch.
No, don't talk about me.
No, it's been, I must, because you have such a wealth of experience and also just knowledge about the topics that we cover in my class, and it's just been instrumental in helping me kind of create a sense of myself as a teacher, and also my students benefit from it tremendously as well. Like, it filters down to them every single day. So I'm just so thrilled for the partnership we've had, and I cannot wait to see how it grows. For example, like on our meetings, I meet with Dr. Lynch every unit several times. We talk about problems I've been having in the classroom. We talk about ideas to make the content engaging to students. She connects me with resources, always sending me articles, things that are both for my own education and then things that are very student-centered. For example, a wonderful short story on Dahomey warriors for my students who are interested in learning about those topics. And just the kind of practical advice that I've gotten about how to frame history as thinking of a human family that's connected, that has relationships with each other, has helped me explain things to my students in ways that they understand and that they can see themselves in and feel a part of as well.
Thank you. Well, we're going to kind of like close out now. So I'm going to give both of you an opportunity to just have some last words, whatever you would like to share, either about your hopes and dreams and plans for the future, or anything that you would like to share about how your work is impacting your students specifically. So, Dr. Powell, you're up first. You can just give us some closing statements, please.
So my closing statement, my goal, Dr. Lynch and Ms. Lindsay, is to increase our to continue to increase student achievement. Okay, and through the help with the support with the AAI, we're going to continue to provide multicultural resources to my teachers, to continue that book study on what's the Zaretta Hammond book. And with my support system that we have in place here at Whitman, we have our attendance committee, we have our community in-school coordinator. I have our wonderful student support network team that provides academic support for students and monitor the use of proper intervention strategies. And just having those two teachers assistants will help us, our students reach their highest potential. And our goal is, as I said, is to make sure that we continue to provide them with multicultural resources. Having the consultant, Miss Dr. Lynch, I'm like the kids now, Miss Dr. Lynch. But anyway, Dr. Lynch, is to, with having your support, it really helps me to be that you like that second lens to me, that if I know that I need anything or something that I'm not quite sure, don't feel comfortable with, that as it relates to student achievement, I can call on you. So again, my goal is to continue to rise to the highest we can. And with the support of AAI and having you as my consultant, my support person is wonderful. It is. I'm listening to Lindsay and I'm shaking my head like, you are awesome. You're very knowledgeable. And it's just a blessing to have someone. And I thank God every day that Dr. Eccles providing or selecting Whitman Elementary to be a part of AAI.
Thank you so much. Ms. Huffman, closing words.
Coming up, I'd love to continue building the relationship with Dr. Lynch and with AAI. Looking forward to figuring out and finding how more primary sources to incorporate for my students from African perspectives and voices. It's been a struggle because of language barriers, but also because of racism and inequality has made those sources for lots of reasons hard to find and not super accessible to high school students. So I'd love to help find ways to bring them those sources whenever possible. My big long-term goal coming out of the pandemic gradually is to help students build more connections outside of the classroom and kind of open up what we do here to our community more. I love to get students out helping to enrich our historical understandings here in Detroit of its in connection, and importance, not just in the city, but important to world history, and bring some of world history into Detroit. I think that's really important for our students to foster not just knowledge, but also hope that with all the crisis facing them and the world today, that you can actually do something, and doing something, even something small, makes a difference. So that's what I hope to see in the coming years. Some ambitious goals, but I think we can do it.
No, they're good goals. Thank you both for sharing your wonderful work and talking with us about your students. It's just really always an honor to work with educators and to see that work actually impact our students, how they learn and what they learn. And I just, on behalf of the African American Institute, I love the fact that the African American Institute is focused on the fact that we know that if students have the opportunity to learn about Africa from a lens other than that of colonialism and about African American history and the diaspora, not from a lens of enslavement only, but really from a lens of who are these people and what have they achieved and how they impacted America, the United States, and all of the other countries in South America and the Caribbean. It's an amazing history. So I'm just very grateful that I can be a part of the work that the African American Institute is doing in that regard. And I thank you both for sharing your precious students and your schools and classrooms with me and with us. And thank you again. And now I think I'm supposed to return us to Amora, and here she is. Thank you.
My heart overfloweth. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You do the work that matters on the ground, and we so appreciate you. Dr. Letha Hopkins Powell, Lindsay Helfman, and our very own Dr. Olivia Lynch. You are the blessing. And Ms. Helfman, you got to compliment that Silk Road with the Gold Road. Take a look at that website. And Dr. Letha, Dr. Hopkins Powell, look at Africa Access Review. Look at all the books, all more books your teachers can be getting.
Okay.
We're going to post these resources, and we want you to take advantage of them, as Dr. Lynch knows. We are so we're blessed. We really are.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I also want to thank my colleagues. I think we are concluding this panel, and we're going to move to the closing of the conference. An endeavor like this cannot possibly be achieved on one's own. It's cliche to say, but it's true that it takes a village. I want to thank all my colleagues. I want to thank the speakers for taking the time to share their knowledge with us. And I also want to thank the AAI family and my immediately team on this endeavor. Kels Hyde, our extraordinary graphics person. In fact, we call upon them to do any number of things, but the beautiful graphics that you've seen, we have them to thank for. And Marem Harley Winego, who's been our intern, just recently earned her master's from NYU. Thank you both for being on this journey. Our new partner in this endeavor, our technical supporters, West Peak, a group of Morehouse graduates and an extended family. We're happy to have connected with you, and we look forward to hopefully further collaborations. I am going to leave you with a poem and then turn things over to our AAI president, Kofi Apenteng. And this is a poem by one of my all-time favorites, Lucille Clifton. It's called "The Earth is a Living Thing." The earth is a living thing, is a black shambling bear, ruffling its wild back and tossing mountains into the sea. Is a black hawk circling the burrowing ground, circling the bones, picked clean and discarded. Is a fish black, blind in the belly of water? Is a diamond blind in the black belly of coal? Is a black and living thing? Is a favorite child of the universe? Feel her rolling her hand in its kinky hair. Feel her brushing it clean. Kofi?
I hope you can hear me. I lost the connection. Can you hear me, Maura?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? You can hear me now. Okay, so sorry, I just lost the internet connection here. So most grateful to you, Maura, for conceptualizing this. It's a real labor of love, and you brought a real all-star cast to this. So Thank you also to the wonderful students of Harlem Village Academy, my friends Deborah Kenny and Paula LaMedico, and the wonderful teachers at Harlem Village Academies. Our speakers, Dr. Dorinda Carter Andrews, Elizabeth Irene Beatty, Dr. Shayla Monroe, Dr. Oluwafemi Taiwo, Principal Letha Hopkins Powell, and Lindsay Helfman. And for all of you who led us through these wonderful conversations, Brenda Randolph, Dr. Olivia Lynch, and of course, Maura McLean. And I wanted to underscore my thanks again to CALS and I think for Banning Air for the music. So please don't forget to complete the survey. It was very helpful last year in us thinking about what to do this year. And we look forward to your comments and feedback. So we can do this for you even better next time. Thank you. Be well.